Welcome to this video, Bible Prophecy Fulfillment and Mathematical Probabilities. Scientific proof that God exists and that He has sent manifestations of Himself to guide humanity throughout the ages, including the latest, the new Messiah of the Second Advent, of the latter days. If there is a God, and God is the creator of the universe, then He also created the physical processes involved in that creation, and or resulting from the creation. The various sciences, including mathematics, were invented by humans to study the world around us and to decipher the mysteries of God's creation. In this presentation, the mathematical laws of probability will be used to discover the mysteries of God's prophecies, foretelling the coming of the Messiah in both the first and the second advents. And yes, the Messiah of the Second Advent, the Messiah of the latter days, which we are living in, has already appeared and for 40 years taught his teachings, guiding humankind for this new era, the new age, prophesied by Jesus. The new faith of the new Messiah has over 10 million followers all over the globe. His forerunner, the Elijah figure prophesied in the Bible, made his proclamation in 1844. The new Messiah made his announcement in 1863, and he returned to the spiritual realm in 1892. The premise here is that God is all-powerful and all-knowing and has sent manifestations of Himself, also known as prophets, to humanity to guide us, such as Moses and Jesus. Part of the guidance from these major prophets, with a capital P, has included prophecies and visions of future events surrounding the appearances of capital P prophets. Both Moses and Jesus prophesied such future events. God has also sent minor prophets, that's with a small case p, including Isaiah, Jeremiah, Daniel, Micah, Malachi, and some others of the Old Testament, and John of Patmos, whose visions revealed to him by Jesus Christ brought us the book of Revelation. Although these minor small p prophets do not bring a new revelation from God, that is, new covenants with God, like Jesus and Moses did, these minor prophets do promulgate the teachings of the major prophets and may also bring visions of future events to us through the power of God or His manifestations, those major prophets. Those prophecies were recorded in both the Old and New Testaments. If these visions and prophecies are from God, then we should be able to apply science, meaning mathematical laws of probability, to prove whether or not these prophecies have been fulfilled in ways that are other than by mere chance. In other words, God provided the means to fulfill the prophecies that otherwise would be very unlikely and, in fact, downright improbable to be fulfilled by mere chance, in effect thereby proving the validity of the prophecies, the Bible, and the objects of these prophecies, meaning foretelling the Messiahs of both the first and second advents, and thus that God Himself really exists and is directing world events. Odds are that you are not a math fan. Odds are that you never thought to apply mathematical probability theory to the likelihood that Jesus fulfilled biblical prophecies. Just how probable was it that he and John the Baptist were who we now think they were? And most definitely, odds are you are not aware of the return of the Messiah and the probabilities that the persons who appeared fulfilled biblical prophecies of the coming of the Messiah of the latter days and his forerunner. The purposes of this presentation are to, number one, inform you of the appearance of the Messiah of the Second Advent of the latter days. So I'm checking off that one since I just told you about it. Second, to use mathematics to prove that Jesus the Christ was the Messiah, the Christ of the First Advent. Then to prove that the probabilities that the Bible prophecies about the appearance of the Messiah of the latter days, the Second Advent, are so high that these persons, the Forerunner and the Messiah, being other than the fulfillment of these prophecies is extremely improbable. In other words, odds are that they truly are the prophesied promised ones. Their fulfillment of Bible prophecies is way beyond the likelihood that their appearances could have happened by mere chance. The appearance of the yellow check mark means that the particular purpose of that was fulfilled already. I'll tell you more about that a bit later. First, I must tell you of what the contents of this video are, so you know where we're going. Before we go any further too, I wanted to just give you this information that you can keep in the back of your mind as we go through this video. That there are, from some research, that one Bible scholar, I'll introduce you to him later, Dr. Motla, has, from his research, determined that there are about 300 prophecies in the Bible foretelling the first advent of the Messiah, that's Jesus Christ, and there's about 1,800 prophecies about the coming of the second advent of the Messiah. Since I've revealed that the Messiah of the second advent has indeed appeared already, I'm going to briefly tell you a tiny bit about the Messiah and his forerunner. Just 3 or 4 slides here. The forerunner, meaning the Elijah figure of the new dispensation, was a person called the Báb, the gate in English. That's his divine title, like Christ and Son of God were the divine titles of Jesus. The Báb was born in 1819 in Shiraz, Persia. He was martyred, killed by firing squad by the order of the Shah, or King of Persia, on July 9, 1850 in Tabriz, Persia. And the Messiah of the latter days, which is also the return of the Christ Spirit, was Baha'u'llah. It's his divine title, which means in English, the glory of God. Baha'u'llah was born in 1817 in Tehran, Persia. He passed away in 1892 in Akka, Palestine, which is now known as Akko, Israel. The new faith that resulted from their lives and teachings is the Baha'i Faith. There are about 10 million Baha'is in the world, located all across the globe. There's about 170,000 of us in the USA. And the world center of the Baha'i Faith is in Haifa, Israel, on Mount Carmel. Just to assure you that this is all real, here's an aerial photo of the main administrative buildings of the Baha'i World Center on Mount Carmel in Haifa, Israel. The Baha'i Faith's World Center is in Israel because the last 24 years of Baha'u'llah's life was spent as a prisoner of the Ottoman Empire in Akka, Palestine, which it was known as in those days. Akka was used as a prison city for the Ottoman Empire. Akka is across the bay from Haifa, and the world center of the Baha'i Faith is located on Mount Carmel in Haifa. At this point, this is all I'll tell you about the Báb, Baha'u'llah, and the Baha'i Faith. Much more will be explained as I explain the mathematics of probabilities as we go through this video. So how are we going to go about presenting this information about the mathematical probabilities of prophecy fulfillment? This table of contents will outline how. We will start with part 1, wherein I'll give a simple explanation of the law of probability that we will be using in our chore here. And do not fear, even you math phobes and math resistant people will understand this explanation. Just be patient. It won't take that long, and you will understand it. And best of all, just remember this. You just have to listen. You don't have to do any of the math. Then in part 2, we will apply this law of probability to 8 Old Testament prophecies that Jesus Christ fulfilled. In this part 2, we will demonstrate how to apply the laws of probability to the appearance of Jesus Christ in the world. This calculation will show how improbable it is that one person, Jesus, could fulfill 8 separate prophecies. thus also showing that this calculation mathematically proves that Jesus was indeed the first advent, the first coming of the Messiah. After that example, we'll go to part 3, where we will then review 26 Old and New Testament prophecies foretelling the appearances of the characters and events expected with the latter-day appearance or reappearance of the Messiah. The first appearance according to the Jews, the reappearance according to Christians. This review will be a very abridged listing of the 26 prophecies, to be elaborated upon later in the video. I'm starting with an abridged summary in part 3 because, as a society, we tend to want everything quickly in a short attention span presentation. We tend to want to skip to the bottom line first. These 26 prophecies and how they were fulfilled by the new Elijah figure and the new Messiah will be greatly expanded upon in part 6 for those of you who wish to go beyond the abbreviated information in part 3. Also in part 3, I'll show you the assigned probabilities that a person, persons, or related events could fulfill each of these 26 prophecies at the same time or in close succession. In part 4, I'll show the calculation of the overall probability that the claimed new Forerunner and new Messiah and events surrounding them fulfilled all of these 26 prophecies, and the meanings, plural, of that overall probability. In part 5, additional information about the new Elijah figure, the Báb, and the new Messiah of the latter days, Baha'u'llah, the returned Christ, will be given. Then in part 6, details are given of exactly how these two figures of the latter days and those around them, explained in part 5, and the Baha'i Faith community have actually fulfilled those 26 prophecies. The brief introduction to the main figures provided in part 5 will be greatly expanded upon in this part 6 as we go through the explanations how each of these 26 prophecies were fulfilled. Note that parts 5 and 6, the last two parts, take up most of the space and time of the video. We start with part 1, a review of the math of probability, simplified. Again, no need to fear this math. If you pay attention for this short review, you will understand enough to process and comprehend the principles involved. You will understand enough. And best of all, again, as I mentioned before, you won't have to do any of the math yourself. There are several laws of probability. The law of probability that we will be using here is this one in the pink font. Quote, "The probability of the simultaneous or successive occurrence of two or more independent events is equal to the product of their separate probabilities." End quote. This is a quote from a book titled Basic Statistical Methods by R.W. Heath, as quoted by Dr. Hushidar Matla in his book Lord of Lords. I've copied that law of probability here at the top in the pink font, just in case you question it again. To put this statement into a formula for 4 separate events, we will show that one must multiply the probability, that's P, of each of these 4 events, P1, P2, P3, and P4, to calculate the overall probability that these 4 events would occur simultaneously or successively. So again, you're multiplying the individually attained probabilities for the 4 events to equal the probability for the total for all 4 occurring. For our explanation, I'll have 2 examples here. The U.S. National Weather Service estimated the probability of someone being struck by lightning in a given year from the year 2001 through 2010 in the USA was 1 chance in 1 million. Second example, the probability of winning the lottery for a 6-number selection of numbers from 1 through 54 inclusive with no repeated numbers is 1 chance in 25,827,165. And we're going to round that down, that 25 plus million up to 26 million for reasons we'll explain very shortly. These probabilities for getting struck by lightning or winning the lottery are repeated at the top. Comparing them, you can see that you have a much better chance of getting hit by lightning, 1 in a million, than winning the lottery, 1 chance in nearly 26 million. But both are extremely unlikely. In our discussion, we will end up with some really big numbers. To save space and time and to ease some of the math, we will be using scientific notation. These are rules to make the larger numbers more manageable. Next, I'll provide a short review of how this is done. Again, it doesn't take a math genius to understand this, and you won't have to do the math. Here are 4 numbers in the column at the left that I'll show you how to reduce them into scientific notation format. Now, there are 2 versions of scientific notation, but we'll get to that at some point. Starting with the number 1 million, we will put it in scientific notation format. Using a base of 10, to arrive at 1 million, you would need to multiply 10 times 10 times 10 times 10 times 10 times 10. That's 6 tens. 6 times you multiply 10 by itself. Note that this is not 6 times 10. You have to multiply the 10 times 10 to get 100, then times 10 to get 1,000, etc. The result of this, of course, is 1 million. Because it takes 6 times of multiplying 10, you have a base 6. You have the base 10 to the 6th power. To explain it another way, hopefully a way that's more clear to you, how to figure out what the exponent number is to start at the far right of the number and count the number of spaces to the left that you have to go to arrive at just before the last digit, the 1 on the left. If you start at the far right, you'll have to count 6 spaces to arrive at that space between the 1 and the 0 on the left. So you write down those 2 far left digits, in this case the 1 and the 0, with a decimal in between, because you've moved the decimal from the far right 6 spaces to the left, and you end up with 1.0. Then you write times, symbolic for time, the x, symbolic for times, and the base 10 with the exponent of 6. You read this as 1.0 times 10 to the 6th power. And when you have a 1.0 as the first number, it's the same as just writing the base 10 times the base 10 to the 6th power. So you might see it as just 10 to the 6th power if you have just the 1.0 on the left. Next, we have the number 4,500 or 4,500 to put into scientific notation shorthand. Using the counting spaces backwards method, you can see that we count 3 spaces from the right to the left to move the decimal point from the right, far right to the left between the last two digits to the left, that's the 4 and the 5, you end up with 4.5 times 10 to the third power. Next number, 9,700,000,000. Again, counting to the left, how many spaces does it take to move the decimal from the far right to the point between 9 and 7? You will discover that there are 9 spaces. So our scientific notation for this large number is 9.7 times 10 to the 9th power, those 9 spaces that you had to move the decimal point to get 9.7. And the fourth example here is 26,900. Again, we count the spaces from the far right to the space between the two numbers on the left, and you get 2.69 times 10 to the 4th power because you had to move 4 spaces from the right to the left. But we want to limit our number to just 2 digits, the 2 point something. So we round the 69 up to 7, so we end up with 2.7 times 10 to the 4th power. So I've put each of those scientific notations for the numbers into our table here. Now I've entered into the far right column a different version of the same basic format for a scientific notation for these 4 numbers on the left. Looking at the column on the right, you'll see the second version of scientific notation. This version just gives the first or first and second numbers when you move that decimal point left from the far right of the original numbers to just after the first number in the numbers in column 1. Then the E stands for exponent. Then you put down the exponent of the base 10 that you can see actually in the middle column. All of our numbers will have a positive exponent, not negative, since all our numbers are very large. Any number above 1.0 is going to be a positive. If you've got a number under 1, if it's put in scientific notation, the exponent, if any, would be negative. So you see the plus signs on the far right mean that it's a positive number. It's larger than 1. But after all that rigmarole, now that I've got you totally confused, we're just going to use the style in version 1. That's the middle column, not the style in the far right column. Going back to our examples of being struck by lightning or winning the lottery, here are those numbers in scientific notation in the right column. For lightning, 1 chance in 1,000,000 is 1 chance in 1 times 10 to the 6th, or just 10 to the 6th power. For the lottery, 1 chance in 26 million is in scientific notation 1 chance in 2.6 times 10 to the 7th power. Now let's just take this a step further. We can calculate the probability that the person who wins the lottery simultaneously or successively gets hit by lightning by multiplying the probabilities of each event. That means we multiply the 1 chance in 1 times 10 to the 6th power in red text there, times 2.6 times 10 to the 7th power in red text, to calculate the probability of both events happening to this one person. First, we multiply the red numbers in row 1 times 2.6, the 1 in row 1 times 2.6 in the second row, which gives us 2.6. Then to multiply the base 10 numbers, we add the exponents of the base 10 number there. That is, we add the 6 and the 7 to get a base 10 to the 13th power. So the chance of this person getting hit by lightning at the same time or in succession of winning the lottery, or vice versa, as one chance in 2.6 times 10 to the 13th power, otherwise known as one chance in 2.6 trillion events. A few more examples of multiplying and dividing scientific notation numbers should help us out a little bit in our task. In this example, we'll multiply the numbers at the top in the box there. 5.9 times 10 to the 20th power times 2.3 times 10 to the 8th power. I'm going to put it first into a more typical vertical format. We multiply the beginning numbers, the 5.9 times 2.3, to get to 13.57, which we will round up to 13.6. To multiply the base 10s, we simply add the exponents. The 20 plus 8 equals 28. So our answer is 13.6 times 10 to the 28th power. In this example, we will divide one scientific notation number by another, as shown in the box at the top. 6 times 10 to the 15th power divided by 2 times 10 to the 6th power. First, I'll put it in a numerator and denominator format. The number on top is the numerator. That's the number that will be divided by the denominator number on the bottom. We divide the 6 in the numerator by the 2 in the denominator to get 3. Then put the 10s in as shown. So both those amounts on either side of the equal sign are the same thing. Now the next step is to carry over the 3, then to divide the 10 to the 15th power by the 10 to the 6th power. We subtract the exponent 6 from 15 to get 10 to the 9th power. So our answer is 3 times 10 to the 9th power. So our detour to explain scientific notation is over, and we can go ahead and get back to the explanation of how probabilities of events are calculated. Onward. I'm going to run through some simple probability calculations to help in understanding the math of probability. Assuming we have a coin that is wonderfully balanced so that it cannot land on its side, the edge. It can only land on one side of it or the other. The odds or probability, that's the capital P on the slide, of getting heads when you flip a coin is equal to the results you want, meaning heads, divided by the number of sides of the coin. So this, in this case, a two-sided coin, you want just one side to show, that's heads. The probability is 1 out of 2. 1 is the results you want. The number of sides of the coin is 2. So 1 out of 2. That's the probability. This probability of 1 out of 2 can also be written as 0.5 or 0.50, or 50% chance of getting heads. 1 chance of getting heads out of 2. 1 chance in 2. They're all stating the same thing. Now that we have that simple concept, let's move on to the probabilities from tossing a die, which is a 6-sided cube with each side having a different number of dots from 1 to 6. No repeats. That means that on each die there's no side that has the same number of dots. By the way, a die is singular. 2 or more die are called dice when together. Now we decide we want to determine the probability of tossing a die and getting the 4-spot side up, face up. Next, we toss the die. We want a 4-spot side result, so the probability, symbolized by the capital P, is 1 out of 6, one side that we want from a total of 6 sides. And we want the 4-spot, remember. So probability is 1 out of 6, or 1 in 6. Next, we toss the same die a second time, wanting that 4-spot result. Note that the probability is still 1 in 6 because a second toss is independent of the first toss. It's not affected by previous tosses. So how about tossing 2 dice at the same time? What is the probability of their both being 4-spot sides up? The probability is calculated by multiplying the probability of the 1 dice showing the desired side up times that same probability, since both dice are identical and both have independent results. Multiplying fractions involves multiplying the 2 ones, the numerators, resulting in 1, of course, then multiplying the denominators, the 2 6 for the 6 sides of the cube, resulting in 36. So the probability of getting 2 dice that both show the 4-spot side up is 1 chance in 36. What if we toss 10 dice at the same time? What is the probability that all 10 will show a 4-spot side up? Again, we multiply the probabilities for each of those independent individual die, 1 out of 6. So we follow multiplication rules for fractions and multiply the 10 ones at the top, the numerators, 1 times 1 times 1, etc., which equals 1. That's the number in pink there, kind of in the bottom center of the slide. Then we multiply the 10 sixes. That's 6 times 6 times 6 times 6 times 6 times 6, etc., which equals the very large number of 60,466,176. So the probability of getting a 4-spot side, to round it down to 60 million to get 1 chance in 60 million. Then put it in scientific notation to get 1 chance in, 1 chance in 6 times 10 to the 7th power. So one brave soul determined what you would have to do to have that occur. Have all 10 dice in a single toss all show the 4-spot on the top. You would have to throw the dice 24 hours per day at a rate of once every second, that's 86,400 times per day, for up to 2 years before we would be likely to see all 10 dice showing up with the 4-spot sides up. Now we're at part 2, wherein we will apply these principles of the math of probabilities to the fulfillment of 8 prophecies of the Bible by the appearance of Jesus Christ. For your information, in this video, the probability information and calculations are from these sources: Khan Academy's courses on math regarding probability theories, just for some basics that you have already seen in this presentation. Part 2, where we are at right now, regarding the calculations of the probabilities that Jesus the Christ was indeed the prophesied Messiah of the first Advent, comes from the book Science Speaks by Peter Stoner and Robert Newman. This book is now online at the website you see there, sciencespeaks.net. This book was published in 1976 and has become widely accepted, praised, and touted as the undeniable truth by Christians throughout the world that this proves that Jesus was indeed the Christ, meaning the Messiah. Now, the probabilities of the new Forerunner and the new Messiah fulfilling prophecies comes from the book Lord of Lords by Dr. Hushidar Motla in Chapter 20. Dr. Motla studied the book Science Speaks by Peter Stoner and Robert Newman and applied the very same mathematics to calculating the mathematical probabilities of the persons who in the 1800s claimed to be the Elijah figure and the Messiah of the Second Advent, prophesied in the Old and New Testaments of the Bible. Dr. Motla's detailed and extensive research on Bible prophecies and how these two figures from the 1800s, the Báb and Bahá'u'lláh, have fulfilled those prophecies. Then he applied those same laws of probability, which proves beyond a doubt that the Báb and Bahá'u'lláh could not have fulfilled all the Bible prophecies of the latter days by mere chance alone, thus proving that they are the foretold herald and Messiah, respectively. Dr. Motla's proofs on Bible prophecy fulfillment probabilities meets the same standards as those that Peter Stoner and Robert Newman established concerning the probabilities that Jesus fulfilled Bible prophecies, proving he was the Messiah of the first Advent. Now we will review the calculations by Stoner and Newman about the math of the probabilities of Jesus Christ fulfilling biblical prophecies of the coming of the Messiah the first time around. This will also serve to explain how such calculations are done regarding the appearances of the Báb and Bahá'u'lláh as the Forerunner and Messiah of the Second Advent, respectively. The math of Stoner and Newman shows that the fulfillment of numerous Bible prophecies by the appearance of one person, Jesus Christ, is well outside the bounds of mere chance alone. Thus it is one form of the proof that he was indeed the Messiah. He fulfilled those prophecies. And since the probability of Jesus being the foretold Messiah is outside the likelihood of it having occurred by chance alone, there must have been some interventional power causing it, meaning God, to my way of thinking, since God was the reputed source of the prophecies after all. Remember, as we go through the rest of this presentation, always keep in mind that the book Science Speaks was acclaimed by many Christians as scientific and irrefutable proof that Jesus was indeed the prophesied Messiah. This is how I'm going to present this information. First, I'll review the 8 prophecies that Stoner and Newman chose to calculate the probabilities about. Then I'll review each of those prophecies and the probability calculation for each. These calculations are directly from Stoner and Newman and not my own calculations. Then the probability for all 8 prophecies together being fulfilled by chance alone, as calculated by Stoner and Newman, will be shown. The first prophecy is this. It's a quote from Micah chapter 5, verse 2. But thou, Bethlehem Ephratah, though thou be little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of thee shall he come forth unto me, that is to be the ruler in Israel, whose goings forth have been from of old, from everlasting. End quote. Stoner and Newman assigned a probability of 1 in 280,000, or 1 in 2.8 times 10 to the fifth power. Their rationale was from the likely population of Bethlehem and the world at the time. The second prophecy, quote, "Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me," end quote. That's from Malachi chapter 3, verse 1. According to Stoner and Newman in their assessment of the probability of this prophecy being fulfilled by chance, quote, "One man in how many the world over has had a forerunner to prepare his way," end quote. The probability is 1 in 10 to the third power, or 1 in 1,000. That means they thought that 1 out of 1,000 men may have a messenger sent ahead to prepare the way for them. This is actually a very conservative number. A choice of 1 in a million, much less likely a chance, would be justifiable to me. I mean, how many people have a forerunner announcing they're coming to places? But they chose to go with the more conservative estimate of 1 in 1,000, as you see here. The third prophecy, quote, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Shout, O daughter of Jerusalem. Behold, thy king cometh unto thee. He is just and having salvation, lowly and riding upon a colt, the foal of an ass," end quote. That's from Zechariah chapter 9, verse 9. The setup rationale by Stoner and Newman is here, quote, "One man in how many who was born in Bethlehem and had a forerunner did enter Jerusalem as a king riding on a colt, the foal of an ass," end quote. They assign a probability of 1 in 100, probably given the common use of donkeys at the time in that part of the world. Prophecy number 4, from Zechariah chapter 13, verse 6, quote, "And one shall say unto him, What are these wounds in thy hands? Then he shall answer, Those with which I was wounded in the house of my friends," end quote. The comment by Stoner and Newman to this, quote, "One man in how many the world over has been betrayed by a friend, and that betrayal has resulted in his being wounded in his hands." The probability they gave is 1 in 10 to the third power, meaning 1 in 1,000. Prophecy number 5, quote, "And I said unto them, If ye think good, give me my price, and if not, forbear. So they weighed for my price 30 pieces of silver." That's from Zechariah chapter 11, verse 12. Stoner and Newman very conservatively ascribe a chance of 1 in 1,000 that, as they put it in their book, quote, "Of the people who have been betrayed, 1 in how many has been betrayed for exactly 30 pieces of silver," end quote. Their probability assessment, 1 in 1,000. Prophecy number 6, quote, "And the Lord said unto me, Cast it unto the potter, a goodly price that I was prized at of them. And I took the 30 pieces of silver and cast them to the potter in the house of the Lord," end quote. That's from Zechariah chapter 11, verse 13. Probability 1 in 10 to the fourth power. That's 1 in 10,000. And this explanation from Stoner and Newman, quote, "One man in how many, after receiving a bribe for the betrayal of a friend, had returned the money, has it refused, had thrown it on the floor in the house of the Lord, and then had it used to purchase a field from the potter. Their probability is 1 in 10,000. Prophecy number 7, from Isaiah chapter 53, verse 7, quote, "He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He is brought as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before her shearers is dumb, so he openeth not his mouth," end quote. Stoner and Newman stated, quote, "One man in how many, after fulfilling the above prophecies, when he is oppressed and afflicted and is on trial for his life, though innocent, will make no defense for himself." End quote. Their probability is 1 in 1,000. The 8th prophecy from Psalm chapter 22, verse 16, quote, "For dogs have compassed me, the assembly of the wicked have enclosed me. They pierced my hands and my feet." End quote. And the basis used by Stoner and Newman in assigning a probability, this is from their book, quote, "One man in how many from the time of David on has been crucified." End quote. Their probability for this prophecy is 1 in 10,000. Here on the table on the left, I've listed the probability assessment for each of those 8 prophecies. To calculate the overall probability of all 8 prophecies being fulfilled by one person and the events surrounding that person simultaneously or in succession, we must multiply the individual probabilities together. First, the term 1 in at the beginning of each probability statement carries over to the final total probability as you see at the top in the green box. Then we have to multiply the numbers shown in each probability for each prophecy in the table. That's 2.8, and those are the figures that are in red font in the table on the left. That's 2.8 times 1 times 1 times 1 times 1 times 1 times 1 times 1, which equals 2.8, of course. Now I've put that product, 2.8, into our overall probability statement at the top in the green box. Now we must multiply the exponents of the base 10s in the scientific notation numbers. I've put those exponents in blue font so you can easily find them in the table. We multiply these base 10 numbers by adding the exponents. As you see here, sum of the exponents equals 5 plus 3 plus 2 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 plus 3 plus 4, which equals 27. Now I've plugged that number, base 10 to the 27th power, in that green box at the top. So we can see that the overall probability of one person and the events surrounding him being able to fulfill all 8 of those prophecies is in the box at the top. One chance in 2.8 times 10 to the 27th power. Just for clarity, I hope, I've also put the probability statement in the yellow box in a format without the parentheses. And this is the way you'll usually see these probabilities, without the parentheses of the like the 2.8 times 10 to the 27th power. And at the very bottom is the probability statement in its long form as the 1 and all those 1 in 2 and 8 and all those zeros. And I have no idea how to pronounce this at all. You might give it a shot and find out if you can find out how that would be pronounced in English without scientific notation. But hold it. We have more to do before we come to our final probability. An important factor has to be added to the calculation, and that is the population of the planet from biblical times up to the present. The planet's population has to be considered, since some of the prophecies could have been fulfilled by some of the other people on the planet too. The grand total was estimated to be 88 billion people, the population of the world through all those millennia, which was rounded up to 100 billion just to be on the safe side in our calculations. And 100 billion equals 10 to the 11th power, a 1 with 11 zeros after it. And again, the population must be factored in because the person or persons who would fulfill the prophecies would have to come out of that population. To arrive at the final probability, we divide the probability we determined for the likelihood the 8 prophecies being fulfilled by chance. That's the number at the top above the yellow line there. We divide it by the population of the planet from biblical times to the present. That's the amount on the bottom, the 10 to the 11th power. And to do this, we simply subtract the exponents 10, the exponents of 11 from 27 to arrive at the adjusted probability of 1 in 2.8 times 10 to the 16th power. Again, that's 27 minus 11 equals 16. 1 in 2.8 times 10 to the 16th power. Remember to keep in mind the probability of being hit by lightning or winning the lottery are 1 in 10 to the 6th power and 1 in 2.6 times 10 to the 7th power, respectively, making them both extremely unlikely of coming true for you or me. So a probability of a person or events around fulfilling all 8 of those Bible prophecies at the same time or in close succession due to chance alone is 1 in 2.8 times 10 to the 16th power means it's incredibly unlikely that it would be by chance alone. Therefore, what it means is Jesus was undoubtedly the prophesied Messiah of the first advent as foretold in the Bible. It also proves the veracity of those prophecies and thus proves that some power beyond this world must have set those prophecies in place and then caused the events that fulfilled them, meaning God, since that is what the Bible says is the source of the prophecies. So keep in mind as we proceed that if the laws of the probability mathematics are applicable and true for use to prove the claim that Jesus was the Christ of the first advent, then they must also be applicable and true for proving the claim of Baha'u'llah, the Báb, and the Bahá'í Faith, being the Messiah of the second advent, his forerunner, and their revealed faith community, respectively. I'll be giving the math totals in part 4, the math totals from their fulfilling those 26 Bible prophecies. Then we'll be explaining how they fulfilled those prophecies in parts 5 and 6. Here we are at part 3, wherein I will briefly review 26 Bible prophecies foretelling the appearances of the Messiah of the latter days and other persons and events involved in his revelation. This Messiah of the second advent is also the return of the Christ, as well as the promised one of all the major faiths on the planet. A reminder here that the source of the information on these 26 prophecies and the calculations of probabilities is from the book Lord of Lords by Dr. Hushadar Motla in chapter 20. In part 3, I'll go through the 26 prophecies taken from the Old and New Testaments foretelling the Messiah, his forerunner, the Elijah figure, and other people and events involved in their appearances, teachings, and followers, and even some of the people who reacted negatively to them, since some of those people are in some of these prophecies as well. I'll give the biblical references for each of these 26 prophecies, and for each of the 26 prophecies I'll show the probability assessment that Dr. Motla and his group of Bible prophecy students came up with after their deliberations, as given in Dr. Motla's book. You might ask, how did Dr. Báhá'u'lláh calculate the probabilities? Well, he used the same techniques as did Stoner and Newman to determine the probabilities that chance alone would fulfill each of those prophecies, independent of each other, of the coming of the Messiah. Now this from Dr. Báhá'u'llah's book on his approach to applying probability laws was, in his own words, quote, "The probability ratios adopted for these prophecies are based on the combined judgment of a group of mostly college students involved in the study of prophecies. The participants were asked to be both reasonable and conservative." End quote. That's from page 538 of his book, Lord of Lords. Note that Dr. Báhá'u'lláh also had some people with expertise in mathematics involved in this process of probability assessment and the calculations. This table format shows the format that I'll use to present these 26 prophecies. Each of these prophecies will be in a table with a yellow background similar to this. The prophecy number will be in the left column. Then in the middle column, a brief summary quoted from Dr. Báhá'u'llah's book or thereabouts, or a quote from the Bible verse or verses from which each derives, in the same way that Stoner and Newman provided regarding Jesus Christ. Then in the column on the right, the probability that was assessed by Dr. Báhá'u'lláh and his group will be provided. And remember, P stands for probability. Why start with a summary of these 26 prophecies instead of giving all the details up front? Well, many people these days want the bottom line first. No time for details to their way of thinking. So those of you who are unlikely to make it through the complete video are more likely to get at least some of this important information this way. Part 3, that is this part that we're currently in, and Part 4 are summaries. Part 3 is a review of the 26 prophecies, a summary of them. Part 4 is a summarization and more note details though, an explanation of the assessed probabilities for each of those 26 prophecies. In other words, I'll finish the math of the probabilities. Those of you who do want details, that is how and when and who fulfilled these prophecies, that follows in parts 5 and 6. We begin. Prophecy number 1 is from the book of Matthew, chapter 24, verse 30, that the stars will fall from heaven before the appearance of the returned Messiah. The probability was assessed as a chance of 1 in 100. Prophecy number 2 from the same source as number 1. This prophecy states that the sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light. The probability assessment of 1 in 10. Prophecy number 3 from Jeremiah chapter 39 verse 38 states that southwest Persia, Persia is modern day Iran, in the area known as Elam in ancient times, that's the southwest part of Persia, would become, quote, the seat of God's throne in the latter days. Assessed probability 1 in 3,000. Prophecy number 4 from 3 locations in the Bible: Micah chapter 7 verse 12, Ezekiel chapter 43 verses 1 to 5, and Isaiah chapter 35 verses 1 and 2, which foretell that the man who comes from the east and calls himself Lord, and the glory of God, comes to be in the northwest area of the Holy Land of the Jews. Assessed probability 1 in 10,000. Prophecy number 5 from the book of Micah, chapter 7, verse 12. The person being foretold comes to live in a fortified city. Probability of 1 in 1,000. Prophecy number 6 from Isaiah, chapter 35, verses 1 and 2. After the foretold person arrives in the Holy Land, the vegetation in the area becomes more abundant. The probability is 1 in 100. Prophecy number 7 from Micah chapter 7 verse 12 and Ezekiel chapter 43 verses 1 and 2, and same chapter of Ezekiel chapter 43 verses 4 through 7. The foretold person comes from the east of the Holy Land. The probability is given as 1 in 4. That's because there's 4 directions: east, north, west, and south. Prophecy number 8 from Matthew chapter 21 verses 33 through 41. The person who claims to be the Redeemer and Lord visits Mount Carmel. Note that Carmel, by the way, means vineyard of the Lord. Probability is given as 1 in 2. And prophecy number 9 from Psalm 132 verses 13 and 14. The person comes to reside forever in the Holy Land. He establishes the center of his faith on God's holy mountain. Probability of 1 in 1,000. Prophecy number 10 from Psalm 86 verse 9. Multitudes of people from many nations of earth come to the Holy Land to visit this person or help build his faith community. Probability of 1 in 10,000. Prophecy number 11 from Micah chapter 4 verses 1, 6, and 7. The arrival of this person in the Holy Land coincides with the return of the Jews to the Holy Land. Probability of 1 in 20. Prophecy number 12 from Isaiah chapter 54 verse 10. The person who comes to the Holy Land calls himself a king and brings a pattern for global unity and a world federation. Probability of 1 in 50. Prophecy number 13 from Psalm 46 verses 6 through 9, Isaiah chapter 9 verses 6 and 7, and from Isaiah chapter 54 verse 10. The person who comes to the Holy Land introduces world peace as one of his main goals and offers a plan for its realization. Probability of 1 in 10. Prophecy 14 from the book of Zechariah, chapter 3, verse 9, and chapter 14, verse 9. The name of this person who calls himself the Redeemer of the world is the same in all languages. Probability of 1 in 10. To make the calculation of the overall probability for all 26 of the prophecies a little more manageable, first I'll calculate the probability for these prophecies, 1 through 14, in one group. And to calculate that overall probability for the 14 prophecies, we must multiply them together. The multiplication starts with multiplying all the numerators, the ones, which results in 1, of course, which is there at the bottom. Then we multiply the 100 times 10 times 3,000 times 10,000 times 1,000 times 100 times 4 times 2 times 1,000 times 10,000 times 20 times 50 times 10 times 10 to get the overall probability for all 14 of the first 14 of the prophecies, and that equals 2.4 times 10 to the 28th power. The probability thus is 1 in 2.4 times 10 to the 28th power. Now I'll continue with a review of the prophecies numbered 15 through 26. Prophecy number 15 from the book of Malachi, chapter 4, verse 5. This foretold person who comes from the east has a herald to announce his coming to the world. Probability of 1 in 500. Prophecy 16 from Psalm 118 verses 19 and 20, and from the book of Revelation chapter 22 verse 14. The title of the herald is The Gate. Probability of 1 in 50. Prophecy 17 from the book of Isaiah chapter 52 verse 7. The herald who brings good news is exiled to live on the mountains. Probability of 1 in 300. Prophecy number 18 from the book of Revelation, chapter 5, verses 12 and 13. The herald becomes the lamb by sacrificing his life for his beliefs. Probability of 1 in 300. Prophecy number 19 from Revelation, chapter 7, verses 13 through 17. The herald who gives his life for his beliefs has thousands of followers who also suffer martyrdom. Probability of 1 in 50. Prophecy number 20 from Isaiah chapter 62 verses 1 and 2 and Revelation chapter 21 verses 22 and 23. The two main figures, the herald and the Messiah, call themselves the lamp and the glory of God respectively. Probability of 1 in 1,000. Prophecy number 21 from Psalm 2 verses 1 and 2 and the book of Revelation chapter 17 verses 14 and 17. The kings and rulers of the earth conspire against the two redeemers. Probability of 1 in 30. Prophecy number 22 from Isaiah chapter 11 verses 1 through 5 and the book of Zechariah chapter 6 verse 12. A third figure, named the servant, the branch, or the branch of the Lord, arises as the leader of the new Messiah's community of faith. Prophecy number 23 from Isaiah chapter 4 verse 2 and Zechariah chapter 3 verse 8 through 10. This branch of the Lord will bless the land by planting vines and trees. Probability of 1 in 5. Prophecy number 24 from Zechariah chapter 6 verses 12 and 13. The branch will build the temple of the Lord. Probability of 1 in 100. Prophecy number 25 from Zechariah chapter 6 verse 15. People from faraway places will come to help build the temple of the Lord. Probability of 1 in 40. Prophecy number 26 from Isaiah chapter 9 verses 6 and 7 and chapter 37 verses 31 and 32. The zeal of the Lord arises to build a pattern for a global community. Probability of 1 in 500. Now I'll calculate the probability for prophecies 15 through 26, the same way we did for the first 14 prophecies, by multiplying all the individual probabilities together. The result is 1 in 1.7 times 10 to the 24th power that you see at the bottom there in a pink font. I will be calculating the overall probability for all 26 prophecies in the next section in part 4. And here we are in part 4, wherein I'll provide the calculation of the probability of all 26 of these prophecies being fulfilled at the same time or in close succession. Then I'll provide some further explanation of the results. Now, in this part 4, it will be proven mathematically that the Messiah of the Second Coming has appeared in the persons of Baha'u'llah, his forerunner, the Báb, and his faith, the Baha'i Faith. We calculated the probabilities in two segments for prophecies 1 through 14 and then 15 through 26, as shown here. To total these two subtotals, we multiply the ones, that of course equals 1. Then we total the 2.4 times 1.7 in both figures, in both rows, the 2.4 and the 1.7, to get 4.08, rounded down to 4.0 in the bottom yellow box. And then multiply the 10 to the 28th power and the 10 to the 24th power by, again, adding the exponents of 28 and 24 to get 52. So the probability of all 26 prophecies being fulfilled at the same time or in close succession is 1 in 4.0 times 10 to the 52nd power. But we're not done with this calculation because we have to factor in the probability factor for the population of the planet from biblical times to the present, just like what was done before in the calculation of the probabilities of Jesus fulfilling those 8 prophecies. Again, just like before, the grand total was estimated to be 88 billion people, which was rounded up to 100 billion. Just to be on the safe side, 100 billion equals 10 to the 11th power. To make that correction for the population factor, we divide the probability figure we determined for the likelihood of all 26 of those prophecies being fulfilled by the population of the planet from biblical times to the present. To do this, we simply subtract the 10 to the 11th power exponent from the 10 to the 52nd power exponent to arrive at the answer of the adjusted probability of 1 in 4.0 times 10 to the 41st power. And that is our full probability for all 26 of these prophecies being fulfilled by one person or a small group of people at the same time or in close succession. But there's more to do with that figure, and we'll show that in the next slide. Note that Dr. Baha'u'lláh has also determined the probability for the fulfillment of some other prophecies. These are 18-time prophecies in the Bible that the Báb and Bahá'u'lláh has also fulfilled in the years 1844 and 1863. Note that the Bible indeed did not give the day or the hour of the coming of the Messiah of the Second Advent, but it did give the year, in fact a couple years of special significance, such as 1844 for the appearance of the Báb and 1863 for the proclamation of Baha'u'llah that he was the Messiah. I'm not going to give the details as to how they fulfilled these 18-time prophecies in this video. You can either purchase Dr. Baha'u'llah's books, the one titled I Shall Come Again, and the Lord of Lords volumes especially. Information on those books is coming up shortly, or even also at the end of this video. Or you can go to my other videos by entering my channel name of Integral Destiny 9 into the YouTube search box and selecting the video titled Christ Has Returned. Dr. Baha'u'llah's books are much more jam-packed with information on Bible prophecy fulfillment, however. My videos can tend to be kind of long, but still it's limited as to how many of the prophecies have been fulfilled by the Báb and Bahá'u'lláh. Dr. Baha'u'llah's books are much more comprehensive about how they fulfill so many other prophecies. Now, the probability ratio he used for all 18 of these prophecies was 1 in 100. And when we multiply those together, as we did before, it results in the probability of 1 in 10 to the 36th power. We also have to account for the population of the earth since biblical times, as before, for these 18-time prophecy fulfillments. So we have here at the top of this ratio here, 1 in 10 to the 36th power. That's the probability for the Báb and Bahá'u'lláh having fulfilled those 18-time prophecies. And then the number in the denominator is the population figure. So as we did before, to divide 10 to the 11th power in 10 to the 36th power, we have to subtract the 11 from the 36. So we end up with 1 in 10 to the 25th power. So as you see in the bottom left there in blue, the exponent 36 minus exponent 11 equals exponent 25, which of course is then plugged into the probability figure for after the correction for the population. So that is our end total here, 1 in 10 to the 25th power for just these 18 time prophecies. To combine the probability for the original 26 prophecies we reviewed and add the 18 Bible time prophecy probabilities, we arrive at a total probability that all these 44 prophecies could be fulfilled by chance as 1 in 4.0 times 10 to the 41st power times 1 in 10 to the 25th power. And as you know, we have to multiply. To multiply, you have to add the exponents together. So we end up with total probability for all 44 of the prophecies being fulfilled by chance is 1 in 4.0 times 10 to the 66th power. What does all this mean? The probability of being hit by lightning or winning the lottery are 1 in 10 to the 6th power and 1 in 2.6 times 10 to the 7th power, respectively, making them extremely unlikely of coming true for you or me. So the probability of these persons or events around these persons fulfilling all 44 of these Bible prophecies due to chance alone is 1 in 4.0 times 10 to the 66th power is incredibly, inconceivably unlikely. Even more incredible than the odds that Jesus fulfilled those 8 prophecies by chance alone. Remember, if we just count the 26 prophecies we reviewed here, the probability for just those is 1 in 4 times 10 to the 41st power. Still in the realm of the fantastically unlikely to have been fulfilled by chance. Just to compare those probabilities for the first and second advents of the Messiah, we get these probabilities. The probability that the 8 prophecies of the Messiah, the first advent being fulfilled by chance, is probability of 1 in 2.8 times 10 to the 17th power. The probability that the 44 prophecies of the Messiah, the second advent, being fulfilled by chance is probability equal to 1 in 4 times 10 to the 66th power. The probability that 44 prophecies for the second advent being fulfilled by chance is almost 4 times more improbable than for the 8 prophecies of the first advent. Even if you delete a couple of the second advent probabilities, it will still be way more than the probabilities for the first advent. I don't mention this out of some warped gamesmanship, a my Messiah is better than your Messiah sort of thing. There is only one God, and He sent Jesus and Baha'u'llah and Abraham and Moses and Buddha and Muhammad and Krishna and many, many others, some lost to unrecorded history. The intent here is to impact the viewer of this video to understand that God has indeed fulfilled His promises and sent the long-promised Lord of Hosts, the Messiah, the returned Christ, and the promised one to all the major faiths of God, to us, His creation. These probabilities that all these prophecies of the Bible having been fulfilled, especially in the time prophecy specifics that were also prophesied, proves the existence of some higher power creating these prophecies, communicating them to his capital P prophets and the small p minor prophets, then setting things in motion to fulfill them, meaning he, she, or it is the greatest planner of them all. For simplicity's sake, let's just call it God. So, it is now your job to investigate. To help you out a little bit, I have some official websites here to get you started. First is bahai.us, Baha'i.us. That's the official website of the USA Baha'i community. Next is Baha'i.org, BAHAI.org. That is the international website. Then there's Baha'i.org/library. That address takes you to a free online resource. You can access the sacred and authoritative texts of the Baha'i Faith, and that is free. That's at bahai.org/library. And there's lots more additional information and resources at the end of the video. But please use some caution when searching the internet for information about the Baha'i Faith. There are lots of wonderful sites on the web to learn about the Baha'i Faith, but unfortunately there is a lot of bad information too. Some people pass along misinformation out of ignorance, or they have been misguided, and others spread disinformation wherein they purposefully spread lies and erroneous information. Think of it this way. If there had been the internet at the time that Jesus Christ walked the earth and for several hundred years thereafter, there would have been those sorts of things going on at that time too, purposefully misinforming people about Jesus and his followers. So, same thing, only now. You can contact the National Office of the Baha'is of the USA through the one website I gave you, that's bahai.us. You can also request more information or that they can assist your contacting Baha'is in your area. And remember, there are lots of books and other websites that I will share with you at the end of this video. If you do investigate the Baha'i Faith, please check multiple sources, especially us Baha'is. Don't leave us out. We'd be happy to help you. And remember, one of our chief tenets is that we must not proselytize, that is, force others to accept our faith or harangue people until they convert. If there's any conversion that goes on, you have to convert yourself. Don't just go to one source and accept everything he or she says either. Get multiple sources. Now to part 5, where we answer exactly who fulfilled the Bible's 1800 prophecies of the coming of the Elijah figure and Messiah of the latter days, namely the Báb and Bahá'u'lláh. Next is that very short history of the Báb, Baha'u'llah, and the Baha'i Faith. In this part 5, I will introduce the Báb and Baha'u'llah to you. The Báb, again, is the new Elijah figure, the herald or forerunner to the new Messiah, and then the new Messiah himself, Baha'u'llah. It will be very brief in section 5. However, in the next part 6, each of the 26 prophecies and how the Báb and Baha'u'llah fulfilled those prophecies will be more fully explained, and in that process further details of the lives, teachings, and history of these figures will be revealed. Note that at the end of this video some information and resources will be given should you wish to further investigate them and their faith, the Baha'i Faith. In 1844, there was a young man in Persia who proclaimed that he was the promised one of all the world's major faiths. His message was that he was also the forerunner of another manifestation of God, who he referred to as him whom God shall make manifest, who the Báb stated would appear soon after him. The Báb's teachings resulted in many thousands of people recognizing his divine identity and becoming dedicated and devoted followers of his. The king, the prime minister, and clergy of Persia became fearful of the many thousands of followers of the Báb. They feared the end of their own power and prestige if he was not stopped. The Shah, or king of Persia at the time, was Nasir-Din Shah Qajar, photo at top right. His prime minister, pictured lower right, was Mirza Taghi Khan. The Shah of Persia, or king, ordered the killing of the Báb. This was carried out on July 9, 1850, by firing squad. They stopped the Báb, but not his disciples. Not yet, that is, and not the him whom God shall make manifest, that the Báb foretold would come soon. In 1863, a man named Baha'u'llah, which means the glory of God in English, proclaimed that he was the promised Messiah, the one the Báb had foretold, the Lord of hosts to the Jews, the returned Christ in the station of the Father to the Christians, the fifth Buddha to Buddhists, the 10th Avatar expected by Hindus, and the promised one to all the major faiths of God, all rolled into one manifestation of God, the Messiah of the new era. The first person is the Báb, who was the herald or forerunner of the Messiah of the Second Advent. The Báb is the divine title of this forerunner. The Báb means, in English, the gate. Baha'u'llah is the divine title of the second person, the Messiah. Baha'u'llah means the glory of God, or the glory of the Lord when translated into English. To further explain the concept of divine title, the divine title of Jesus was the Christ, which derives from the Greek word for the anointed one. The word Messiah is from the Hebrew term for the anointed one, Mashiach. So the word Christ means the same thing as Messiah, the anointed one. Another divine title of Jesus was the Son of God. There are many divine titles or names for the Báb from the Bible and from the Baha'i writings. Here are many of them: the gate or door of God, the forerunner, the Elijah figure, Lord, the Lamb of the Book of Revelation, the lamp of the Book of Revelation, the King of Kings, first K capitalized, the second K small case, the Exalted One, the Primal Point, and others. Baha'u'llah's name is found throughout the Old Testament and in the New Testament's Book of Revelation, that name being the glory of God or the glory of the Lord. His other titles in the Bible include the Lord of Hosts, the Anointed One, meaning the Messiah, Lord, the Ancient Beauty, the Ancient of Days, Jehovah, the One who sits on the throne of the Book of Revelation, and the King of Kings, both K's capitalized, the Lord of Lords, the Father, David, when referred to in prophecies, Michael, the name Michael actually means who is like God, the Everlasting Father, and others. Please note that there are other Bible prophecies that pinpoint the time the Messiah would return, the year actually. That year of return that the Bible clearly foretells is 1844 AD. The term AD is now commonly known as CE for Common Era. This video does not explain the evidence, but remember this date as we go through the remainder of the video, 1844. If you want to know more about the Bible time prophecies of the coming of the Messiah, of the second coming, please look at my video titled Christ Has Returned. To find it, go to YouTube at this website youtube.com and enter my channel name, which is Integral Destiny 9, into the YouTube search box. And scroll down, look around, and you'll find Christ Has Returned. Part 6 will answer questions you may have about how the Báb, Baha'u'llah, events surrounding their lives and teachings, and the Baha'i Faith have fulfilled these selected 26 prophecies. Note they actually fulfilled or set the guidance in place to fulfill all 1800 prophecies of the Messiah of the latter days found in the Bible. The first prophecy, that's the first part of the first prophecy, that Dr. Baha'u'lláh decided to apply the math of probability to was this one. Jesus prophesied a display of falling stars as a sign of the appearance of his return as the Messiah of the second coming. The source is Matthew chapter 24, verse 30. Quote, "Immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens will be shaken." End quote. On November 13th, 1833, the great star fall of 1833 occurred. Many witnesses to this celestial display wrote about it afterwards using words like constant succession of fireballs, the most remarkable natural phenomenon I have ever witnessed. It literally rained fire. Reports by witnesses came from Lebanon to France to North America. And a second part to that prophecy is in the next part of the verse of Matthew chapter 24, verse 30. Quote, "And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory." End quote. Note the prophecy states that after the falling stars, then shall appear. After the star fall of 1833, there came the appearance of a remarkable comet in the year 1843, 1 year before the advent and proclamation of the Báb in May of 1844, as his being the promised one and the forerunner of him whom God shall make manifest, very soon after him. This comet of 1843 was indeed that literal sign in heaven prophesied by Jesus. For more information how these prophecies by Jesus in Matthew chapter 24 were fulfilled by the appearances of the Báb and Bahá'u'lláh, please see my two-part video titled The Prophecies of Jesus Part 1 of 2 and Prophecies of Jesus Part 2 of 2. But please note that I intend to combine these two videos into one video at some point soon. So if you see only one video by the name Prophecies of Jesus or the Matthew 24 Prophecies of Jesus, you'll know that I finally did that consolidation. Here's a slide showing the probability assessment for prophecy number 1. Dr. Baha'u'llah's query quote on what the probability by chance alone this prophecy would be fulfilled is, quote, "that a few years before the beginning of a religion, there should occur the greatest display of falling stars ever recorded in history," end quote. And the assessed probability was 1 in 100. After I review each of these 26 prophecies, by the way, and how they were fulfilled, I'll restate the assessed probability for that prophecy being fulfilled. And remember, these are the probability figures that were summarized earlier in the video in parts 3 and 4. Prophecy number 2. The sun and the moon will be darkened before the appearance of the Messiah, the Anointed One. This prophecy is from Matthew 24, verse 30, again, quote, "Immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens will be shaken." End quote. Note there are several other verses in Luke and Mark and some in the Old Testament about these events that were also fulfilled. And this prophecy was literally fulfilled when on May 19th, 1780, there was a widely noted dark day that was not due to an eclipse. These celestial events occurred before the births of the Báb in 1819 and Baha'u'llah in 1817, to literally fulfill this prophecy. The event was included in the 1883 edition of Webster's Unabridged Dictionary. Quote, "The dark day, May 19, 1780, so called on account of a remarkable darkness on that day extending all over New England. The true cause of this remarkable phenomenon is not known." End quote. The darkness started at about noon. It extended from New England down the eastern seacoast to northern New Jersey. Many observers documented that it was not an eclipse. When the moon appeared later that day, it was the color of blood. So, for prophecy number 2, the probability by chance alone that a few decades before the beginning of a religion, the sun and the moon became dark in a most unusual way. The probability is 1 in 10, a very conservative 1 in 10. The third prophecy, the Bible says that in the latter days God will set his throne in Elam. Elam is the ancient name for southwest Iran or Persia in those times. This is from Jeremiah chapter 49 verse 38. Quote, "And I will set my throne in Elam, and will destroy from thence king and princes, saith the Lord." End quote. On May 23, 1844, a young man announced that he was the promised one foretold by the prophecies of old. His divine title is the Báb, which means the gate in English. The Báb made this proclamation in Shiraz, Persia, in an area that was called Elam in the days of the prophet Jeremiah. The Báb announced that one greater than himself would also soon appear, who the Báb called him whom God shall make manifest. Here is a map that shows the location of Shiraz, Persia, now called Iran, where the Báb lived and announced his station as the messenger of God and the herald of another manifestation of God to appear soon after him, the person the Báb called him whom God shall make manifest. Note that Shiraz, in the part of the ancient world named Elam, is east of the Holy Land. Prophecy number 3, the probability by chance alone that out of thousands of districts throughout the world, a religion would have its beginning in southern region of Persia. A probability of 1 in 3,000 is given. Prophecy number 4, the Messiah of the second advent of the latter days, who is called the glory of God, will come from the east, from another country, to the northern region of the Holy Land. Prophecy number 4 is from Micah chapter 7 verse 12. Quote, "In that day," meaning in the latter days, "they shall come to you from Assyria, and from the fortified cities, from the fortress to the river, from sea to sea, and mountain to mountain." End quote. Note that Assyria and Persia are directly east of the Holy Land. And some additional prophecies also stating he would come from the east of the Holy Land. From Ezekiel chapter 43 verses 1 and 2, quote, "Afterward he brought me to the gate that faces the east. And behold, the glory of the God of Israel came from the way of the east. His voice was like the sound of many waters, and the earth shone with his glory." End quote. And from Ezekiel chapter 43 verses 4 and 5, quote, "And the glory of the Lord came into the temple by way of the gate which faces towards the east. The Spirit lifted me up and brought me into the inner court, and behold, the glory of the Lord filled the temple." End quote. Notice how many references in these 4 short verses to the gate, who is the Báb, and the glory of the Lord, which means the same as the glory of God, meaning Baha'u'llah. These prophetic verses state that both the gate, the Báb, and the glory of God, Baha'u'llah, would come by way of the east, which they did. And from Isaiah chapter 35, verses 1 and 2, quote, "The desert and the parched land will be glad. The wilderness will rejoice and blossom. Like the crocus, it will burst into bloom. It will rejoice greatly and shout for joy. The glory of Lebanon will be given to it. The splendor of Carmel and Sharon. They will see the glory of the Lord, the splendor of our God." End quote. And Isaiah chapter 65, verses 9 and 10, quote, "I will bring forth descendants from Jacob and from Judah, those who will possess my mountains. My chosen people will inherit them, and there will my servants live. Sharon will become a pasture for flocks, and the valley of Achor a resting place for herds, for my people who seek me." End quote. And there's Jeremiah chapter 50, verse 19, quote, "But I will bring Israel back to their own pasture, and they will graze on Carmel and Bashan." End quote. These prophecies and more indicate that the Messiah will come to the northern part of Israel. Carmel, Sharon, and Bashan are all in the northern part of the Holy Land of old. This is a map of Israel, which was still Palestine at the time that Baha'u'llah was exiled there in 1868. In the prophecies just reviewed, the plain of Sharon is shown on the map by a green strip along the coast of the Mediterranean Sea. Mount Carmel is shown as the Carmel Mountains reach the sea in Haifa, Israel. Ancient Bashan is shown in the upper right. Note the location of Mount Carmel in the upper part of the map. Also note the location of Akka, the prison city to which Baha'u'llah was incarcerated starting in 1868. These prophecies have been fulfilled by Baha'u'llah, the Messiah of the Second Advent, as follows. Baha'u'llah was born in Tehran, Persia, now called Iran, in November of 1817. Because of his being a follower of the Báb, he was exiled by the Persian king to Baghdad in 1853 in what is now Iraq, which was formerly known as Assyria, which of course is east of the Holy Land. Then Baha'u'llah was further exiled by the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire a couple more times until finally Baha'u'llah was sent to the prison city of Akka, Palestine, across the bay from Haifa and Mount Carmel in the north of the Holy Land, which of course is now Israel. Both Baghdad in the ancient land of Assyria and Persia lie to the east of the Holy Land. So Baha'u'llah came to the northern part of the Holy Land from the east. Now for the probability assessment for prophecy number 4, the probability by chance alone that a man who calls himself the Lord and the glory of God comes to live in the northwestern regions of the Holy Land. The prophecy in Micah that the Messiah would come from the east, meaning the east of the Holy Land, in the latter days. Baha'u'llah was sent to the Holy Land as a prisoner of the Ottoman Empire, not at all of his own volition. So probability was given as 1 in 10,000. Prophecy number 5. A man called the glory of God will come to live in the strong or fortified city. That's from Psalm number 60, verse 9, and 108, verse 10. Quote, "Who will bring me to or into the strong city?" To explain, in these Psalms, God is angry with humanity. David asks God to forgive humanity and provide divine deliverance to the people. God agrees to deliver those who fear God to or into the strong city, the place of the sanctuary of God, meaning the sanctuary of the Messiah. To further define where that strong or fortified city will be, we have Isaiah chapter 35, verses 1 and 2, quote, "The glory of Lebanon will be given to it, the splendor of Carmel and Sharon. They shall see the glory of the Lord, the splendor of our God." End quote. Lebanon borders Israel to the north, and both Carmel and Sharon are in the northern part of ancient Israel. Also in Isaiah chapter 65 verses 9 through 12, quote, I will bring forth descendants from Jacob and from Judah, those who will possess my mountains. My chosen people will inherit them, and there will my servants live. Sharon will become a pasture for flocks, and the valley of Achor a resting place for herds, for my people who seek me. End quote. More prophecy pointing to the Carmel region from Jeremiah chapter 50 verses 4, 6, and 19. Quote, in those days my people have been lost sheep. Their shepherds, meaning religious leaders, have led them astray and forgot their own resting place. But I will bring Israel back to their own pasture, and they will graze on Carmel and Bashan. Bashan means a fruitful plain, by the way. You've seen this map before. It shows where the plain of Sharon, Mount Carmel, and Akka, the strong city, and Bashan are located. The Haifa, Mount Carmel, and Akka areas were the forced home of Baha'u'llah, his family, and many of his followers, starting in 1868 when he was banished there by the Ottoman Empire, starting in 1868. Baha'u'llah passed away and was buried just outside of Akka in 1892, still a prisoner of the Ottoman Empire. The world center of the Baha'i Faith is on Mount Carmel in Haifa. A little more background here on how Baha'u'llah and the Baha'i Faith came to be in the Holy Land. The Báb was martyred on July 9, 1850. Many thousands of the Báb's followers, called Bábís, were horribly persecuted by the king of Persia, urged on by the clergy. Over 20,000 of the Báb's followers were killed by the most disgusting methods, including women and children. Baha'u'llah was at that time one of the disciples of the Báb. He was imprisoned in an underground dungeon for several months during the persecutions of the Bábís. He was released only to be exiled out of his homeland of Persia to Baghdad in the formerly named Assyria, starting in 1853. Baha'u'llah spent 10 years in exile in the Baghdad area, with 2 years in solitude in the mountains. The Ottoman Empire exiled Baha'u'llah several more times, with the final exile to Akka, Palestine, a prison city, a fortified or strong city, across the bay from Haifa, Palestine, which is now Haifa, Israel. Baha'u'llah arrived in Haifa by ship in 1868 as a prisoner of the Ottoman Empire. The top photo, which is a photo of an old photo, by the way, is an aerial view taken many decades ago of the prison city or fortified city or strong city of Akka, Israel. Akka existed at the time of the Christian Crusades and before, and was used as a military post by them. There have been dozens of other uses of this ancient fortified city too. In the time of Baha'u'llah, a portion of it was used as a prison by the Ottoman Empire as well as for other military uses. The city as a whole was a prison city. It was surrounded by high, thick walls and had only 2 entrances and exits, the land gate and the sea gate. The photo on the bottom right is the prison within the fortified city of Akka, where Baha'u'llah was imprisoned for several years. After a couple of years of incarceration in the Citadel building, shown at the bottom, Baha'u'llah was released from the Citadel building, but was put under house arrest for many years thereafter. Later in his life, he was permitted to live outside the walled city, but was not allowed to leave the area. He passed away in 1892 and is buried just outside of Akka, which is now known as Akko, Israel. Here's that map again to remind you where Akka and Haifa are located, near the top of on the coast of the Mediterranean Sea. After Baha'u'llah was finally released from prison, he did visit Haifa several times, pitching his tent on the side of Mount Carmel and directing and instructing his son, Abdul-Baha, what the future would hold for Mount Carmel and Akka. The probability assessment for Prophecy 5, that a man who calls himself the glory of God comes to live in the fortified city. How many throughout history have called themselves the glory of God? And how many with such a title have lived without their own choice in the strong city of Akka? The probability is given as 1 in 1,000. Prophecy number 6. After the person comes to live in the area, the vegetation in the area becomes abundant. This is from the book of Isaiah, chapter 35, verses 1 and 2. Quote, "The wilderness and the parched land shall be glad, and the desert shall rejoice and blossom as the rose. It shall blossom abundantly and rejoice, even with joy and singing. The glory of Lebanon shall be given unto it, the excellency of Carmel and Sharon. They shall see the glory of the Lord, the excellency of our God." End quote. This prophecy has been fulfilled. When Baha'u'llah, his family, and some close followers devoted to him arrived in the Haifa-Akka region, it was a dry, barren land. Mount Carmel had been a mountain of goat and sheep tracks until the time that Baha'u'llah and his followers arrived. After Baha'u'llah was finally released from prison, but still under house arrest, his oldest son, Abdu'l-Baha, which means the servant of the glory, was able to acquire land and begin a long process of transforming this scrubland to beautiful gardens. The early Baha'is, mostly from Persia, worked to improve the horticulture of the area, bringing many varieties of plants to the area. The very climate seemed to change to help support these efforts. This is a photograph from around 1894, according to Wikipedia, of Mount Carmel. The Hebrew term Carmel literally means the vineyard of God, by the way. This is another photograph of Mount Carmel. It's dated there as 1800, but photography wasn't invented till 1826, but I'm fairly certain it was taken sometime in the later 1800s. But you can see how barren it is of vegetation. There was no date given for this photo of Carmel, Mount Carmel in the background, but it appears to be in the 1800s. I'm sure the early 1900s at the latest. It's still apparent that the vegetation is minimal and the terrain rather difficult. The Báb was killed in Persia in 1850. His followers hid his holy remains for decades, and around 1900 secretly sent it to Haifa. The son of Baha'u'llah, known as Abdu'l-Baha, erected this mausoleum in which to bury the Báb, which was accomplished in 1906. This is an old photo of the original sanctuary of the Báb from around 1910 to 1919. It's on the side of Mount Carmel, by the way. The superstructure of the shrine of the Báb was built above it. The Baha'is commenced beautifying the grounds around this shrine. Now this is a photo of the shrine of the Báb from around 1952, when the superstructure over the Báb sanctuary was under construction. The shrine of the Báb, as I mentioned before, is on the side of Mount Carmel in Haifa. Ever since 1868, when the Baha'is arrived in the Haifa and Akka areas, a program commenced of developing beautiful gardens around the sanctuaries of the Báb once it was constructed, and then Baha'u'llah's shrine after his passing in 1892. The gold-domed shrine of the Báb, built above the original sanctuary of the Báb, is on the side of Mount Carmel. The photo on the left shows the shrine from the bottom of the mountain, and the one on the right is looking down on the shrine from above. Both the Báb, the Forerunner, and Abdu'l-Baha, the son of Baha'u'llah, who was the branch of Bible prophecy, are laid to rest in this shrine. Very soon, however, a shrine will be completed dedicated to Abdu'l-Baha. In late 2021, while revising this video, the Shrine of Abdu'l-Baha is currently under construction. It's located between Haifa and Akka. Here are more photos of the beautiful Baha'i gardens that surround the Shrine of the Báb, all the way up to the top of the mountain and down to the bottom. I took these photos during my religious pilgrimage to the Baha'i holy places in Israel in the summer of 2010. At one time the gardens were called the Persian Gardens. Now they are known as the Baha'i Gardens. This, the vineyard of God, is truly blossoming as the rose, as prophesied in those Old Testament prophecies. And more photos of the Baha'i Gardens on Mount Carmel. The gorgeous flowers hanging down from the Baha'i Gardens to the street below on the left, and to the right, looking down the water channel that starts at the top of Mount Carmel and runs down to the bottom, are more of the beautiful gardens on Mount Carmel. And here is another location in what is now Israel, where Baha'u'llah, the glory of God, walked the earth and is now buried in the nearby sanctuary of Baha'u'llah. This area of the Shrine of Baha'u'llah has also been meticulously developed to reflect spiritual beauty into the gardens surrounding it. So, has the desert rejoiced and blossomed in the Haifa and northern area of the Holy Land since the arrival of Baha'u'llah? The answer is obviously yes. I think the photos have demonstrated that the greenery and increased variety of vegetation introduced especially on the Baha'i properties clearly shows that this prophecy has been fulfilled. The probability for prophecy number 6 is 1 in 100, that after the arrival of a person in a town, the vegetation in the area blossoms abundantly. Prophecy number 7, the glory of God would come to the Holy Land from the east of the Holy Land. That's from Ezekiel chapter 43, verses 1 and 2, quote, "Afterward he brought me to the gate that faces the east. And behold, the glory of God of Israel came from the way of the east." And Ezekiel goes on in verses 4 through 7, quote, "And the glory of the Lord came into the temple by way of the gate which faces toward the east. The Spirit lifted me up and brought me into the inner court, and behold, the glory of the Lord filled the temple. Then I heard him speaking to me from the temple, while a man stood beside me. And he said to me, Son of man, this is the place of my throne, and the place of the soles of my feet, where I will dwell in the midst of the children of Israel forever." End quote. As already established, Baha'u'llah came from Persia, east of the Holy Land. And also east of the Holy Land, Baghdad, the location where Baha'u'llah proclaimed that he was the Messiah of the Second Advent, and also that he was him whom God shall make manifest, prophesied by the Báb, and also that he's the glory of God, the Lord of hosts, prophesied throughout the Old Testament, and he's the one who sits on the throne of the book of Revelation. Both Baghdad in the ancient land of Assyria and Persia lie to the east of the Holy Land. And of course, Shiraz, the birthplace of the Báb, is in ancient Elam, now in the southwest part of Persia, of Iran. It too is east of the Holy Land. Prophecy number 7, the probability that a man named the glory of God comes to the Holy Land from the east of the Holy Land. One of 4 directions east rather than west, south, or north, for a probability of 1 in 4. Onward to the 8th prophecy. It is a prophecy within the parable of the wicked vine dressers. In Matthew chapter 21, verses 33 through 41, quote, "Hear another parable. There was a certain landowner who planted a vineyard, and set a hedge round it, dug a winepress in it, and built a tower. And he leased it to vine dressers, and went into a far country. Now when vintage time drew near, he sent his servants to the vine dressers, that they might receive its fruit. And the vine dressers took his servants, beat one, killed one, and stoned another. Again he sent other servants, more than the first, and they did likewise to them. Then last of all he sent his son to them, saying, They will respect my son. But when the vine dressers saw the son, they said among themselves, This is the heir. Come, let us kill him and seize his inheritance. So they took him and cast him out of the vineyard and killed him. Therefore, when the owner, Lord in some translations meaning the Messiah, of the vineyard comes, what will he do to those vine dressers? They said to him, He will destroy those wicked men miserably, and lease his vineyard to other vine dressers, who will render to him the fruits in their seasons. End quote. Now, what does this parable prophecy mean? To start with, what and where is the vineyard of the Lord? It is Mount Carmel. Carmel is Hebrew for vineyard of God. This parable describes the coming of the returned Messiah in the station of the Father, who is Baha'u'llah, the glory of God. The errant vine dressers are the leaders, both secular and religious, who turn their backs on the new Elijah, the new Messiah, and their new message from God. Baha'u'llah's extensive teachings in many tablets and books provide the blueprint for the direction of humanity for the next 1,000 years, until the next manifestation of God appears. The vine dressers will bring about their own doom by failing to follow the new teachings, the new wine of the Messiah of this new era. Note that Baha'u'llah wrote to many of the kings and rulers of various nations until his passing in 1892. In those letters or tablets, Baha'u'llah announced who he was and his mission from God. He announced to them exactly what he wanted them to do and not to do. Those tablets that Baha'u'llah sent to specific kings and rulers included the rulers you see here. Starting at the top left was Tsar Alexander II of Russia, then to the right Kaiser Wilhelm of the first of Prussia, then Nasir-Din Shah of Persia, Pope Pius IX, and bottom left to right, starting with Sultan Abdulaziz of the Ottoman Empire, Queen Victoria, and Emperor Napoleon III of France, and some others. Baha'u'llah told them who he was, God's latest manifestation, sent by God for humankind for this new era. He warned them to treat their citizens with justice and to not overburden them. He told the rulers what they needed to do to bring peace to the world. All these kings and rulers, including the Pope, rejected Baha'u'llah's messages in those tablets, except for Queen Victoria, who responded that if this message was from God, it would last. If not, it could do no harm. It is interesting to note that after all but one of these leaders rejected the concepts in Baha'u'llah's tablets, that all the rejecting rulers had their ruling dynasties and power cut off, some sooner than others. Tsar Alexander II of Russia had his Romanov dynasty ended in 1917 by the Bolshevik Revolution, ending the monarchy altogether. Kaiser Wilhelm I, the monarchy in Germany, ended near the end of World War I, around 1918. The Qajar dynasty of the Shahs of Persia ended in 1925, and the last Shah of the Pahlavi dynasty was dethroned in 1979. Pope Pius IX was the last pope to reign over provinces of Italy. In 1870, under Pope Pius IX, the papacy's rulership was reduced down to just sovereignty over the tiny Vatican City. Sultan Abdulaziz was deposed, then after a couple more rulers, the Ottoman Empire ended altogether. The sultanship ended in 1922. Note that the caliphate ended shortly thereafter in 1924. Napoleon III of France was forced to abdicate in 1870 after he received and rejected his tablet from Baha'u'llah. Note that Queen Victoria, who did not outright reject Baha'u'llah's tablet as did her male counterparts, her descendants are still the monarchs of the United Kingdom. A reminder here of prophecy number 8 that we're in the middle of reviewing here. Quote, "They said to him, he will destroy those wicked men miserably, and lease his vineyard to other vine dressers who will render to him the fruits in their seasons." End quote. This prophecy was fulfilled when most of those kings and rulers rejected God's manifestation for this new era and his teachings and instructions to them in those letters that Baha'u'llah wrote. The kings and rulers in the material world are those vine dressers who have and will continue to lose their material kingdoms as long as they reject the teachings of God's Messiah for this new era. By the way, this process will continue until the rulers, the vine dressers in our world, obey Baha'u'llah's instructions. Doesn't necessarily mean that they have to become Baha'is per se, but they just need to follow instructions. So how are the vine dressers, the rulers, doing 130 or so years after the passing of God's latest manifestation? Just look around you at the state of the leadership of the religions of the world and the secular leaders of the peoples of the world. The problems stem from their not following God's divine prescription for the healing of humankind for this time that Baha'u'llah has brought to us. Probability of 1 in 2 for the fulfillment of prophecy number 8. Prophecy number 9. The Messiah who comes to the Holy Land under the control of his enemies is allowed to live permanently in that blessed land and establish the center of his spiritual kingdom on the mountain of God. This prophecy comes from several Bible verses. Here you see Isaiah chapter 65 verses 9 and 10. Quote, "I will bring forth descendants from Jacob and from Judah, an heir of my mountains. My elect shall inherit it, and my servants shall dwell there. Sharon shall be a fold of flocks, and the valley of Achor a place for herds to lie down, for my people who have sought me." End quote. Then there's Zechariah chapter 2 verses 10 and 11. Quote, "Sing and rejoice, O daughter of Zion, for behold, I am coming, and I will dwell in your midst, says the Lord. Many nations shall be joined to the Lord in that day, and they shall become my people, and I will dwell in your midst. Then you will know that the Lord of hosts has sent me to you." End quote. And Psalm 132 verses 13 and 14. "For the Lord has chosen Zion, he has desired it for his dwelling place. This is my resting place forever. Here I will dwell, for I have desired it." End quote. And Joel chapter 3 verses 17 and 21. Quote, "So you shall know that I am the Lord your God, dwelling in Zion my holy mountain. Then Jerusalem shall be holy, and no aliens shall ever pass through her again. For I will acquit them of the guilt of bloodshed, whom I had not acquitted, for the Lord dwells in Zion." End quote. The Báb is buried on Mount Carmel. His shrine is there on the left. His body was brought to Mount Carmel from Persia by his devoted followers. Baha'u'llah's sanctuary is just outside of Akka, Israel, a short distance from Mount Carmel. The Báb and Bahá'u'llah's mortal remains are interred forever in the soil of the Holy Land, but they will also live on forever in the faith they created. The world center of that faith, the Baha'i Faith, dwells on the holy mountain in the vineyard of God, Mount Carmel. Here are some of the buildings on the side of Mount Carmel where the institutions of the faith are housed. The building in the upper right corner is the seat of the Universal House of Justice. The Universal House of Justice is an elected body that governs the international Baha'i community, a community which extends to over 200 countries and territories on the globe. This governing body is elected every 5 years from a convention of the elected members of the various national Baha'i assemblies from around the world. In these ways, the Messiah and the Lamb will indeed dwell in Zion forever. A few notes here about the terms Zion, Jerusalem, and the Mountain of God. When the terms Zion or Jerusalem are found in prophecies of the future about the appearance of the Messiah of the latter days, they usually are symbolic of the Holy Land as a whole, not just those tiny portions of the Holy Land. Thus, a reference to Jerusalem when found in a prophecy is most often not referring to the present-day city of Jerusalem alone. And references to the mountain of God, or God's mountain, in prophecies of the coming of the Messiah of the latter days, that is most often a reference to Mount Carmel. There is a long history of God involving Mount Carmel. If you look in the book of 1 Kings, chapter 18, and read the story of Elijah versus the idol worshippers on Mount Carmel, you can see how pivotal Mount Carmel was in the establishment of God's faith of Judaism in the Holy Land. For prophecy number 9, that the man who comes to the Holy Land under the control of thousands of his enemies is allowed to live permanently in that blessed land and to establish the center of his spiritual kingdom on the mountain of God, probability of 1 in 1,000. The 10th prophecy, the person succeeds in attracting followers from all nations of the earth, and they will come to visit his resting place. See the book of John, chapter 10, verse 16, quote, "And other sheep I have which are not of this fold. Them also I must bring, and they will hear my voice, and there will be one flock and one shepherd." End quote. And from Zephaniah chapter 2, verse 11, quote, "The Lord will be awesome to them, for he will reduce to nothing all the gods of the earth. People shall worship him, each one from his place, indeed all the shores of the nations." End quote. Psalm 86, verse 9, quote, "All nations whom you have made shall come and worship before you, O Lord, and shall glorify your name." End quote. And Psalm 22, verses 27 and 28, quote, "All the ends of the world shall remember and turn to the Lord, and all the families of the nations shall worship before you. For the kingdom is the Lord's, and he rules over the nations." End quote. This photo is of Baha'is who have come from all over the world to attend the dedication ceremony of the completed terraces project, which were constructed above and below the shrine of the Báb and completed in May of 2001. And more photos of Baha'i delegates to the terraces dedication ceremony. They came to Haifa from over 150 different countries. The bottom right shows a Baha'i from Thailand in her traditional clothing. The upper left photo shows 2 Baha'is in their traditional garb as well. Here you see some Baha'i delegates to the terraces dedication in deep reverence as they approach the shrine of Baha'u'llah. And here's a quote from Wikipedia about the Baha'i Faith. Quote, "The Baha'i religion was listed in the Britannica Book of the Year as the second most widespread of the world's independent religions in terms of the number of countries represented, end quote. And that's second only to Christianity. Britannica claims that the Baha'i Faith is established in 247 countries and territories, represents over 2,100 ethnic, racial, and tribal groups, has scriptures translated into over 800 languages, and has 7 million adherents worldwide as of 2002. Additionally, Baha'is have self-organized in most of the nations of the earth, end quote. Note that in the year 2021, about 20 years after Britannica's article, the number of Baha'is in the world is now about 10 million across the globe. Thus, this prophecy is fulfilled. And here are more recent photos of some Baha'i representatives from most nations of the planet to the commemoration of the 100th anniversary after the passing of Abdul-Baha, who was the son of Baha'u'llah. They are visiting the Baha'i holy sites on Mount Carmel and at the shrine of Baha'u'llah. This gathering occurred in late November 2021, and you'll learn more about the wonderful person of Abdul-Baha later. And for prophecy number 10, a probability of 1 in 10,000. Prophecy number 11, the coming of the Messiah to the Holy Land will coincide with the return of the Jews to that blessed land. That's from Zechariah chapter 9, verses 16 and 17. Quote, the Lord their God will save them, the Jews, on that day as the flock of his people. They will sparkle in his land like jewels in a crown. How attractive and beautiful they will be, end quote. On that day, of course, means when the Messiah comes. And from Micah chapter 4, verse 1 and verses 6 and 7, quote, in the last days, in that day, declares the Lord, I will gather the lame, I will assemble the exiles and those I have brought to grief. I will make the lame a remnant, those driven away a strong nation. The Lord will rule over them in Mount Zion from that day and forever, end quote. When it states in the last days at the beginning in verses 1 and in 6, that means this will happen when the Messiah comes. This Messiah will also be the returned Christ Spirit. Before the creation of the State of Israel in 1948, there were important events that set the stage for it and the return of Jews to the Holy Land. March 21st, 1844, the Sultan of Turkey issued the Edict of Toleration that allowed Jews to return to the Holy Land. This resulted in many Jews returning, but not on a large scale. On May 23rd of 1844, that same year that the Edict of Toleration was declared, the Báb made his declaration of his station as the promised one and the herald of one to come soon, the one whom God shall make manifest, meaning Baha'u'llah. 1844 is the year prophesied in the Bible as the year the Messiah would return. See my video, Christ Has Returned, to see the evidence. It should be noted that there have been Jews in the Holy Land uninterrupted for thousands of years. Many Jews remained in the Holy Land throughout the millennia, even after the diaspora following various invasions and the beginning and expansion of Islam. However, the number was very small for many centuries before the 1800s. After 2,520 years of desolation, the Jews were at last allowed full legal rights in the Holy Land in 1844. That 2,520 years were foretold in what is known as the 7 times prophecy from the book of Leviticus, chapter 26. This prophecy pinpointed the year 1844 as when the 2,520 years of desolation would end. See my video, Christ Has Returned, to see the full story and the evidence. Then, 73 years after the Edict of Toleration was issued in 1844, the Balfour Declaration was issued November 1917 by the British government. It supported a plan for a Jewish national home in Palestine. These two decrees, the Edict of Toleration and the Balfour Declaration, and the end of World War I, resulted in even more Jews returning to the Holy Land after World War I. Jews began returning to Palestine in larger numbers after a man named Mordecai Noah, an American diplomat and a Sephardic Jew, began preaching the need to create the State of Israel starting, oddly enough, in the year 1844. His October 1844 speech, called the Discourse on the Restoration of the Jews, was a proposal that the United States lead the world to create a refuge for Jews in Palestine. Dr. Mottla, in his book, devotes several pages to this story and states that Noah planted the seed of the thought for establishing a state of Israel. The birth of the Zionist movement may be at least partially credited to Mordecai Noah. With pogroms against Jews increasing in Eastern Europe in 1881, the first wave of Jews left there and went to Palestine to seek safety. The next wave of immigration was from about 1904 to 1914. Emigration to Palestine stopped during World War I, but it started up again for the third wave from 1919 to 1923. The fourth wave was from 1924 to 1929. Then, with the growing persecution of Jews by the Nazis in the 1930s, more Jews emigrated to Palestine. Then World War II occurred. After the war and the undeniable horror of that pogrom against the Jews, even more Jews sought refuge in the ancient area of Israel. The UN finally recognized the new state of Israel in 1948. In 1922, Jews were 11% of the population. But by the end of World War II, Jews were 33% of the population. Obviously, this prophecy has been fulfilled through a process that began to flourish in 1844, the year that the Báb proclaimed his mission and identity as the herald of one whom God shall make manifest, the Messiah that was yet to come, who was Baha'u'llah. It's interesting to note that there are still many people who totally deny the fact that the Jews returning to the Holy Land has fulfilled these prophecies because they state that the Messiah has not yet appeared. Completely oblivious of Baha'u'llah and his having fulfilled the prophecies of the appearance of the Messiah in the latter days. How very sad. Prophecy number 11, that the coming of the man exiled to the Holy Land coincides with the return of the Jews to that blessed land. Probability of 1 in 20. Prophecy number 12, the Messiah will bring a pattern for global unity and a world federation. This is from Isaiah chapter 9, verses 6 and 7. Quote, "For to us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government will be on his shoulders, and he will be called Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Of the greatness of his government and peace there will be no end." End quote. Then there's Isaiah chapter 54, verse 10. Quote, "Though the mountains be shaken and the hills be removed, yet my unfailing love for you will not be shaken, nor my covenant of peace be removed, says the Lord, who has compassion on you." End quote. Before this verse, God promises a Redeemer who will return the people back to God. The Redeemer will bring this covenant of peace. Baha'u'llah has outlined specific measures that humanity must take to establish, then perpetuate, world peace in his volumes of writings, the sacred writings of the Baha'i Faith. And this quote from Baha'u'llah is from his book, The Proclamation of Baha'u'llah. Quote, "Yet so it shall be. These fruitless strifes, these ruinous wars shall pass away, and the most great peace shall come." End quote. His prescriptions for peace were a major cornerstone of his writings and teachings. Another quote from Baha'u'llah: "We have enjoined upon all mankind to establish the most great peace, the surest of all means for the protection of humanity. The sovereigns of the world should, with one accord, hold fast thereunto, for this is the supreme instrument that can ensure the security and welfare of all peoples and nations." End quote. Baha'u'llah's prescription for unity contains the following chief tenets: a recognition that there is only one God, and the differences between religions are due simply to the various times, places, and peoples to which the faiths were revealed. We must recognize that there is only one race, the human race. Women and men are equal in spiritual and intellectual capacity, and in worthiness to God. They must have equality of opportunities in society as well. Prejudices between peoples, nationalities, and religions, among other prejudices, must end. Universal education must be provided to all peoples, and that education must include character development, meaning education that includes the accrual of human virtues as an essential element of it. Certain economic injustices must end, and the apportionment of the rights and responsibilities of capital, management, and labor agreed upon and maintained. And this from the writings of Baha'u'llah that stresses the need to be just in all of our dealings. Quote, "O Son of Spirit, the best beloved of all things in my sight is justice. Turn not away therefrom if thou desirest me, and neglect it not that I may confide in thee. By its aid thou shalt see with thine own eyes, and not through the eyes of others, and shalt know of thine own knowledge, and not through the knowledge of thy neighbor. Ponder this in thy heart, how it behoveth thee to be. Verily justice is my gift to thee, and the sign of my loving kindness. Set it then before thine eyes." Another element of social interaction that is prescribed by Baha'u'llah is the use of the principles of consultation. This is a quote from Baha'u'llah on the topic of consultation. Quote, "The Great Being saith, the heaven of divine wisdom is illumined with the two luminaries of consultation and compassion. Take ye counsel together in all matters, inasmuch as consultation is the lamp of guidance which leadeth the way, and is the bestower of understanding." End quote. From the authoritative writings of the Baha'i Faith are these basic rules on how the consultation process is to be organized and carried out. The object or purpose of consultation must be the investigation of truth. He who expresses an opinion should not voice it as correct and right, but set it forth as a contribution to the consensus of opinion, for the light of reality becomes apparent when two opinions coincide. Man should weigh his opinions with the utmost serenity, calmness, and composure. A note here before we continue. When the Baha'i writings address us humans using the pronoun he or his, it is including the female gender as well, unless specifically limiting the content to one gender or the other. So to continue on with the rules of consultation. Before expressing his own views, he should carefully consider the views already advanced by others. If he finds that a previously expressed opinion is more true and worthy, he should accept it immediately and not willfully hold to an opinion of his own. By this excellent method he endeavors to arrive at unity and truth. Opposition and division are deplorable. It is better then to have the opinion of a wise, sagacious man or woman. Otherwise, contradiction and altercation in which varied and divergent views are presented will make it necessary for a judicial body to render decision upon the question. Even a majority opinion or consensus may be incorrect. 1,000 people may hold to one view and be mistaken, whereas one sagacious person may be right. Therefore, true consultation is spiritual conference in the attitude and atmosphere of love. Members must love each other in the spirit of fellowship in order that good results may be forthcoming. Love and fellowship are the foundation. This was a quote from the authoritative writings of the Baha'i Faith. There are many, many more teachings of Baha'u'llah as to how to establish the bedrock of peace throughout all levels of human society. However, there's a lot left to cover and minimal time. The teachings of Baha'u'llah, if and when adopted by humanity, will affect interactions between individuals, families, groups, including governmental organizations, and nations to promote local and global unity and peace. Note that the pattern for global peace must start at the family level, then go up to interactions between groups and intergovernmental relations, then up to relationships between nations. I've shown how Baha'u'llah has brought us a pattern of consultation and compassion for global unity and world federation, thus fulfilling prophecy number 12. Baha'u'llah's divine plan for how humanity must go about establishing international peace will be further explained in the prophecy number 13 fulfillment information, which is next. But first we have to assess the probability for prophecy number 12. That is, that the man who comes to the Holy Land calls himself a king and brings a prescription for the establishment of world peace through a world federation, the shepherd of Isaiah. Probability is calculated as 1 in 50. Prophecy number 13. The Messiah, who is also the returned Christ, remember, will come to the Holy Land and will introduce world peace as one of his main goals, and he will offer a plan for its realization. This prophecy comes from several Bible books and chapters, such as Psalms chapter 46 verses 6 through 9, quote, "Nations are in uproar, kingdoms fall. He lifts his voice, the earth melts. The Lord Almighty is with us. The God of Jacob is our fortress. Come and see what the Lord has done, the desolations he has brought on the earth. He makes wars cease to the ends of the earth." End quote. And from Isaiah chapter 54 verse 10, quote, "Though the mountains be shaken and the hills be removed, yet my unfailing love for you will not be shaken, nor my covenant of peace be removed, says the Lord, who has compassion on you." End quote. A covenant is an agreement, meaning a plan. Thus, this prophecy is stating that the Messiah will bring a plan for peace. And Isaiah chapter 9, verses 6 and 7, quote, "For to us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government will be on his shoulders. And he will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. For the greatness of his government and peace there will be no end." End quote. These verses are often attributed to prophecy of the coming of Jesus Christ. However, they really apply to the second advent of the Messiah, not the first, and that would be Baha'u'llah. Some Christians refer to Jesus as the Prince of Peace, but remember what Jesus himself said in the book of Luke, chapter 12, verse 51, quote, "Do you think I came to bring peace on earth? No, I tell you, but division," end quote. And this prophecy of Jesus has come true. Peace has not come in his dispensation. Rather, God knew that it would not be possible until the second advent of the Messiah to accomplish this foretold occurrence. Next is a long quote from the Baha'u'llah's writings. It contains the key ingredients of his peace plan. It'll extend over several slides here, so bear with me and listen up. And this is a quote. "The Great Being, wishing to reveal the prerequisites of the peace and tranquility of the world and the advancement of his peoples, hath written, the time must come when the imperative necessity for the holding of a vast and all-embracing assemblage of men will be universally realized. The rulers and kings of the earth must needs attend it, and participating in its deliberations must consider such ways and means as will lay the foundations of the world's great peace amongst men. Such a peace demandeth that the great powers should resolve, for the sake of the tranquility of the peoples of the earth, to be fully reconciled amongst themselves. Should any king take up arms against another, all should unitedly arise and prevent him. If this be done, the nations of the world will no longer require any armaments, except for the purpose of preserving the security of their realms and of maintaining internal order within their territories. This will ensure the peace and composure of every people, government, and nation. We fain would hope that the kings and rulers of the earth, the mirrors of the gracious and almighty name of God, may attain unto this station and shield mankind from the onslaught of tyranny." End quote. This quote was from Baha'u'llah from his book, Tablets of Baha'u'llah. Baha'u'llah wrote tablets to many kings and rulers proclaiming his identity and what they needed to do to ensure the peace of the world and the well-being of their own peoples. Here is a quote from Baha'u'llah's tablets to these kings and rulers. Quote, "O kings of the earth, we see you increasing every year your expenditures and laying the burden thereof on your subjects. This verily is wholly and grossly unjust. Fear the sighs and tears of this wronged one, and lay not excessive burdens on your peoples. Do not rob them to rear palaces for yourselves, nay, rather choose for them that which ye choose for yourselves. Thus we unfold to your eyes that which profiteth you, if ye but perceive. Your people are your treasures. Beware lest your rule violate the commandments of God, and ye deliver your wards to the hands of the robber. By them ye rule, by their means ye subsist, by their aid ye conquer. Yet how disdainfully ye look upon them. How strange, how very strange." End quote. And this message from Baha'u'llah to all people, quote, "The Great Being saith, Blessed and happy is he that ariseth to promote the best interests of the peoples and kindreds of the earth. It is not for him to pride himself who loveth his own country, but rather for him who loveth the whole world. The earth is but one country, and mankind its citizens." The Universal House of Justice, acronym UHJ, is the elected body of Baha'is who govern the worldwide community of Baha'is. This elected body is the supreme governing body in an organizational structure designed by Baha'u'llah in his tablets and written covenant. It sets the divine succession in his new faith for the centuries to come. The Universal House of Justice published a special message to the whole world back in 1985 based on Baha'u'llah's plan for the establishment of world peace. The photo on the right shows the seat of this body, the Universal House of Justice, which is located on Mount Carmel. This message to the world from the Universal House of Justice is titled The Promise of World Peace, and the date of its release was October 1985, and it is still relevant today. Copies of the peace statement were given to the rulers, presidents, and high-level government leaders throughout the world. In the USA, a copy was presented to the then president, President Reagan. Many Baha'is through the USA, they also presented copies to members of elected officials and governing bodies in their areas. In my area, copies were given to our state senator and the city's mayor and city council members. Here is a website where you can access this document. You go to www.bahai.org/library. When you get there, scroll down a bit, then click on the link Messages of the Universal House of Justice. Once on that site, you scroll down until you see the Promise of World Peace. Click on that, and that will take you to a list of the Universal House of Justice messages with the Promise of World Peace highlighted in a box. It will give you options of the format you wish, such as PDF, Word, or via website. This is just the first paragraph of the statement, The Promise of World Peace. Quote, "To the peoples of the world, the great peace towards which people of good will throughout the centuries have inclined their hearts, of which seers and poets for countless generations have expressed their vision, and for which from age to age the sacred scriptures of mankind have constantly held the promise, is now at long last within the reach of the nations. For the first time in history it is possible for everyone to view the entire planet with all its myriad diversified peoples in one perspective." End quote. And it goes on from there. A couple more excerpts from the statement, The Promise of World Peace. Quote, "World peace is not only possible but inevitable. It is the next stage in the evolution of this planet, in the words of one great thinker, the planetization of mankind." And then, "Whether peace is to be reached only after unimaginable horrors precipitated by humanity's stubborn clinging to old patterns of behavior, or is to be embraced now by an act of consultative will, is the choice before all who inhabit the earth." End quote. I recommend that you look it up and read the whole thing. Prophecy number 13, the probability by chance alone that the man who comes to the Holy Land introduces world peace as one of his main goals and offers a plan for its realization. Probability of 1 in 10. Prophecy number 14, the name of the Redeemer of the world will be the same in all languages. That's from Zechariah chapter 14, verse 9. Quote, "The Lord will be king over the whole earth. On that day there will be one Lord, and his name the only name." End quote. And in Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 9, quote, "For then I will restore to the peoples a pure language, that they all may call on the name of the Lord, to serve him with one accord." End quote. The Báb and Bahá'u'lláh are known by those same names throughout the world. There are no other forms of the names, and they are pronounced the same in all languages. Baha'u'llah includes as one of his main teachings that the peoples of the world should agree upon one language, either an existing language or a created one, such as Esperanto, that all people will learn in addition to their own native tongue. Please be clear, this is a language that would be chosen by all the nations of the earth to serve as an auxiliary language. Then all people would be taught to speak this language in addition to their native language or languages. So if the nation selected Esperanto, a created language, to be this auxiliary language, then people in the United States would speak both English and Esperanto. Then if a person from the United States has business dealings with someone in Germany, the German business people and the American business people can communicate easily in Esperanto. Now, in many regards, the English language is almost already the universal language, since so many people in the world already speak it in addition to their own. But the nations would have to select the language at some point in our future. This is a quote from Baha'u'llah revealing this divine instruction about selection of a universal auxiliary language. Quote, "The day is approaching when all the peoples of the world will have adopted one universal language and one common script. When this is achieved, to whatsoever city a man may journey, it shall be as if he were entering his own home. These things are obligatory and absolutely essential. It is incumbent upon every man of insight and understanding to strive to translate that which hath been written into reality and action." End quote. This, by the way, is also part of Baha'u'llah's plan for the establishment of universal peace. For prophecy number 14, the probability by chance alone that the name of the man who calls himself the Redeemer of the world is the same in all languages. Probability of 1 in 10. Prophecy number 15. The Redeemer of the world has a herald, a forerunner, who will come to prepare the way before him. This is from Malachi chapter 4, verse 5. Quote, "See, I will send the prophet Elijah to you before the great and dreadful day of the Lord comes." End quote. From the context in this chapter of Malachi, it is referring to the second advent in the latter days. This is the golden domed shrine of the Báb, underneath which the Báb's earthly remains are interred. The Báb was the herald, the forerunner, the Elijah figure for the coming of Baha'u'llah, the Messiah. Baha'u'llah, the Messiah of the second advent of the latter days, was a disciple of the Báb during the Báb's short ministry, 6 years from 1844 to 1850. Before he experienced the vision wherein he was informed that he was the one that the Báb had foretold as coming soon after him. Some estimate that the Báb had followers in the hundreds of thousands when he was alive. The king of Persia, with instigation by the clergy, ordered the imprisonment of the Báb, then ultimately his killing by firing squad, while suspended from a building on July 9th, 1850. Keep in mind that the Báb and Baha'u'llah never actually physically met. The Báb in his teachings had foretold the appearance of him whom God shall make manifest, which would occur within 9 to 19 years after him, that is, after the Báb. Baha'u'llah experienced a revelation from God in 1853 while he was a prisoner in an underground dungeon in Tehran. It was revealed to him that he was that him whom God shall make manifest foretold by the Báb. However, Baha'u'llah did not yet reveal to others this spiritual revelation of his spiritual identity and station. Baha'u'llah was released from that prison, but then was exiled by the Persian government to Baghdad. He remained there as a enforced exile for about 10 years. Just when he was leaving, being exiled a second time from Baghdad, he announced to the followers of the Báb in 1863 that he was the promised one that the Báb had foretold as coming, as well as the expected Messiah to the Jews, the return of Christ to the Christians, as well as the promised one prophesied in the Zoroastrian, Buddhist, and Hindu faiths, among others. For Prophecy 15, the probability by chance alone that someone who claims to be the Redeemer of the world has a herald, a forerunner, who comes to prepare the way before him. Probability 1 in 500. Prophecy number 16. The title of the prophesied herald will be the Gate, or the Gate of the Lord. This is the source in the Old Testament for that prophecy. Psalm 118, verses 19 and 20, quote, "Open for me the gates of the righteous. I will enter and give thanks to the Lord. This is the gate of the Lord, through which the righteous may enter." End quote. And from the New Testament in the book of Revelation, chapter 22, verse 14, quote, "Blessed are those who wash their robes, that they may have the right to the tree of life, and may go through the gates into the city being the new revelation of, or law of God that the new Messiah brings." End quote. The information in the brackets was added by me, of course. First, the name, the Báb, translated into English, means the gate. A physical gate or door is a barrier that is between you and somewhere you may or may not wish to be. It may be possible to see through a physical gate, or it could be a solid barrier that you cannot tell what is on the other side. It may be locked to keep you from seeing or getting what is on the other side. But to find out if it is unlocked and get to the other side, you have to use your own willpower and action to open the door or gate. Or if the gate is opened for you, you must decide to go through it or not. Spiritually, the realm of the spirit on the other side of the door is hidden until you make an effort to discern and find it. A new revelation from God is often hidden. To open or shut a gate or door, or simply to walk through it, the individual must exert his or her own volition and action to do so. Spiritually, the Messiah is not going to open the door until you knock, meaning opening the heart to the new revelation from God. This is a quote from the book Hidden Words by Baha'u'llah. Quote, "O Son of Being, love me that I may love thee. If thou lovest me not, my love can in no wise reach thee. Know this, O servant." Another quote from Baha'u'llah's writings from his book Epistle to the Son of Wolf. Now this sounds like a strange title for a book about spiritual teachings, but this book was addressed to the son of a man who was a sworn enemy to Baha'u'llah. This man was known as the Wolf because of his actions. His actions were so terrifying to many who crossed his path. Quote, "The door of grace hath been unlocked, and he who is the dayspring of justice is come with perspicuous signs and evident testimonies from God, the Lord of strength and of might." End quote. And on the next two slides here, another quote from Baha'u'llah. Quote, "Open the doors of your hearts. He who is the Spirit verily standeth before them. Wherefore banish ye him who hath purposed to draw you nigh unto a resplendent spot? Say, we in truth have opened unto you the gates of the kingdom. Will ye bar the doors of your houses in my face? This indeed is naught but a grievous error. He verily hath again come down from heaven, even as he came down from it the first time. Beware lest he dispute that which he proclaimeth, even as the people before you disputed his utterances," Jesus' utterances. "Thus instructeth you the true one, could ye but perceive it." End quote. The Báb, the herald, the forerunner to the new Messiah, invites all to come through that gate. Prophecy 16, the probability by chance alone that the title of the herald, the Elijah figure who would come before the appearance of the new Messiah, is the gate. probability of 1 in 50. Prophecy number 17. The herald, the Elijah figure to the new Messiah, brings good news and will be exiled to live on the mountains. The good news the Forerunner brings is the news that the new Messiah is to appear soon. The source for this is Isaiah chapter 52, verse 7, quote, "How lovely on the mountains are the feet of him who brings good news," meaning the Forerunner, "who announces peace and brings good news of happiness, who announces salvation, and says to Zion, your God reigns." And I've added the bracketed information there, obviously. Just as John the Baptist stirred up fear and loathing against him by the clergy and rulers of Judea, the same happened when the Báb arose to announce to all that God has sent him to spread the good news of the coming of the Messiah of the latter days. The Báb was imprisoned for his beliefs and teachings in several locations, two of which were mountains that he named: the Open Mountain, that's located in Baku in northwest Persia, and the Grievous Mountain, Sharik, a fortress in West Azerbaijan province, that's in the northwest area of Persia also. Persia is now Iran, of course. More of this story will be told in the explanation of how prophecy number 18 was fulfilled, and that's next. This is Baku, the remote mountain fortress in West Azerbaijan province in Iran, where the Báb was imprisoned for 9 months. He called it the Open Mountain. This is a more recent photo, not from the time period the Báb was there. He stated that besides himself, the inmates of the fortress were confined to 2 guards and 4 dogs. And here's the prison fortress on the mountain of Sharik. That was called the Grievous Mountain. Prophecy 17, the probability by chance alone that the herald who brings good news is exiled to live on the mountains. Probability of 1 in 300. Prophecy number 18. The Redeemer becomes qualified for the title of the Lamb by giving his life for his beliefs and teachings. And this is from the book of Revelation, chapter 5, verses 12 and 13, quote, "Then I looked, and I heard the voice of many angels around the throne, the living creatures and the elders. And the number of them was 10,000 times 10,000, and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, Worthy is the Lamb who was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing." End quote. The Báb proclaimed his identity and his teachings throughout Persia, starting on May 23, 1844. He declared a new day with a new revelation from God. As more and more people came to believe in him and his message, and becoming Bábís, that's what his followers were called, government authorities and the Muslim clergy were increasingly concerned and feeling threatened. The Báb knew his life was under threat, yet he persisted in proclaiming that he was the promised one and that another, greater than he, was yet to come after him. He was imprisoned successively in 2 remote prisons in the mountains, as we discussed before, at Baku and Sharik. However, his imprisonment did not work to quell the masses who had become devoted followers of the Báb. The Muslim clergy and government leaders pressed the case that the Báb had to be killed to get rid of his teachings of a new religion. The Grand Vizier to the Shah ordered the Báb to be taken to the barracks at Tabriz, and an Armenian regiment assigned to put him to death by firing squad. A young follower of the Báb, by the name of Anis, pleaded to be able to die with the Báb. The Báb and the young man were hoisted up and suspended in front of a wall of the barracks. The 750 rifles of the regiment, led by a Christian colonel named Sam Khan, fired. But when the smoke cleared, just Anis was standing alone. The bullets had merely cut the ropes used to suspend them. They found the Báb in his prison cell conversing with his amanuensis that had been interrupted before. Sam Khan refused his regiment being involved in a second attempt. Sam Khan ordered his men to leave the barracks. A new regiment of 750 soldiers then proceeded with the execution at noon on July 9, 1850. Now there were many witnesses, thousands of witnesses to this. Some of them wrote down what they saw, what one might call a miracle, and it was even published in a newspaper or two at the time. This is an old photograph of the wall of the army barracks in Tabriz, Persia, where the Báb and the young follower who pleaded to die with him were strung up by ropes and ultimately shot to death by firing squad. According to Shoghi Effendi, the great-grandson of Baha'u'llah, who you'll learn more about later, wrote the following about the murderous villains who succeeded in killing the Báb. Quote, "The arch-villains who joined hands with the prime movers of so wicked a conspiracy were the two grand viziers, Haji Mirza Akasi, the idolized tutor of Muhammad Shah, a vulgar, false-hearted, and fickle-minded schemer, and the arbitrary, bloodthirsty, reckless Amir Nazim Mirza Taqi Khan, the first of whom exiled the Báb to the mountain fastnesses of Azerbaijan, and the latter decreed his death in Tabriz." End quote. Prophecy number 18, the probability by chance alone that the man who calls himself a redeemer becomes qualified for the title of the Lamb by giving his life for his beliefs. Probability 1 in 300. The 19th prophecy. The promised Elijah figure, the Lamb of the book of Revelation, will give his life for his beliefs and has also thousands of followers who follow his example. From the book of Revelation, chapter 7, verses 13 through 17, quote, "Then one of the elders answered, saying to me, 'Who are these arrayed in white robes, and where did they come from?' And I said to him, 'Sir, you know.' So he said to me, 'These are the ones who come out of the great tribulation, and washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb.'" After the Báb's execution by firing squad on July 9, 1850 in Tabriz, the Muslim clergy and the government of the Shah persecuted the followers of the Báb. The followers of the Báb are called Bábís. Many Bábís were imprisoned. Over 20,000 Bábís, including men, women, and children, were killed. These martyrs for the new faith of God are those in the prophecy, quoted here again. "These are the ones who come out of the great tribulation and washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb." End quote. So for prophecy number 19, the probability by chance alone that the man who gives his life for his beliefs has also thousands of followers who follow his example and also lose their lives for their believing in him. Probability of 1 in 50. Prophecy number 20 is the two redeemers who establish a religion will specifically be called the glory of God and the lamp. This is from two books of the Bible. Here, Isaiah chapter 62, verses 1 and 2, quote, "For Zion's sake I will not hold my peace, and for Jerusalem's sake I will not rest, until her righteousness goes forth as brightness, and her salvation as a lamp that burns. The Gentiles shall see your righteousness, and all kings your glory. You shall be called by a new name, which the mouth of the Lord will name." End quote. And from the book of Revelation, chapter 21, verses 22 and 23, quote, "I did not see a temple in the city, because the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are its temple. The city does not need the sun or the moon to shine on it, for the glory of God gives its light, and the Lamb is its lamp." End quote. And here is a quote from the writings of the Báb. Quote, "I am the mystic fane which the hand of omnipotence hath reared. I am the lamp which the finger of God hath lit within its niche and caused to shine with deathless splendor. I am the flame of that supernal light that glowed upon Sinai in the gladsome spot, and lay concealed in the midst of the burning bush." End quote. A lamp provides illumination to guide one in the dark. The lamp of God provides spiritual illumination. Humankind cannot find its own way in the spiritual world. We must follow the guidance of the manifestations of God. The lamp of God and the Forerunner stations combine to lead the way to him whom God shall make manifest. The following quote is from Shoghi Effendi, another important figure in the Baha'i Faith that you will hear about a little bit later. He speaks here of the Báb, quote, "We behold as we survey the episodes of this first act of a sublime drama, the figure of its master hero, the Báb, arise meteor-like above the horizon of Shiraz, traverse the somber sky of Persia from south to north, decline with tragic swiftness, and perish in a blaze of glory. We see his satellites, a galaxy of God-intoxicated heroes, mount above that same horizon, irradiate that same incandescent light, burn themselves out with that self-same swiftness, and impart in their turn an added impetus to the steadily gathering momentum of God's nascent faith." That's the end of the quote. The description of how the lamp of God burned brightly, went out in a blaze of glory, then his followers doing the same, gives an indication of the light that came from the lamp of God, the Báb, and his followers. And the glory of God mentioned in these prophecies in the Old Testament and in the book of Revelation means Baha'u'llah. What is the probability by chance alone that the two redeemers who establish a religion are specifically called the glory of God and the lamp? Probability 1 in 1,000. Think about this too. How many have called themselves the glory of God? How many have called themselves the lamp? And to have two people who never met call themselves this during the same period of time is quite astounding. Prophecy 21. The kings and rulers of the earth conspire against the two redeemers, the Lord and his anointed king. These two redeemers are, respectively, the Lamb or the lamp, the Elijah figure, and the glory of God, also known as the Lord of hosts and the Messiah. And the verses that are the source of the prophecy? Psalm 2, verses 1 and 2, quote, "Why do the nations conspire and the peoples plot in vain? The kings of the earth rise up, and the rulers band together against the Lord and against his anointed." End quote. And in the book of Revelation, chapter 17, verses 14 and 17, quote, "They will wage war against the Lamb, but the Lamb will triumph over them because he is Lord of lords and King of kings. And with him will be his called, chosen, and faithful followers." And from verse 17, "For God has put it into their hearts to accomplish his purpose by agreeing to hand over to the beast their royal authority until God's words are fulfilled." End quote. The kings and rulers who were enemies of the Báb are listed here on the right. Muhammad Shah, king of Persia from 1834 to 1848, and Nasir-Din Shah, son of Muhammad Shah. Nasir-Din Shah was king of Persia from 1848 to 1896 when he was assassinated. And Grand Vizier Haji Mirza Akasi, who was named to be the Antichrist of the Baha'i dispensation. The principal powerful kings and rulers who were enemies of Baha'u'llah were Nasir-Din Shah, king of Persia, as mentioned before. Baha'u'llah called him the Prince of Oppressors. This Shah, by the way, was the beast 666 of the Book of Revelation. And the Grand Vizier Haji Mirza Akasi, until his ouster from the royal court. Then the next Grand Vizier, or Prime Minister, whose name was Mirza Taqi Khan. The Sultan of Turkey, Abdul Aziz of the Ottoman Empire, who reigned from 1861 to 1876. And Sayyid Muhammad-i Isfahani, who was named by Baha'u'llah himself as being the Antichrist of the Baha'i revelation. Note that the kings of Persia, the Sultan of Turkey, their government leaders and religious leaders in both Persia and the Ottoman Empire at times conspired to try to eliminate or contain the revelation of Baha'u'llah and the revelation of the Báb too, of course, which preceded Baha'u'llah. Note that the two kings of Persia, Muhammad Shah and Nasir-Din Shah, were the third evil beast of the Book of Revelation, the 666 of Revelation chapter 13, verse 18. Revelation describes this beast as having one head with two horns, meaning a single kingdom but with two different kings. One succeeded the other, as mentioned. Note that in the book of Daniel, chapter 7, verse 17, the term beast is explained as representing an earthly king in the language of Bible prophecy. Please watch my videos, Revelation Revealed and 666 Explained, and there's a few others too, to learn all about the meanings of the book of Revelation. But what about the greatly touted and anticipated Antichrist who's supposed to appear, you may ask? The divine power that came with the revelations of the Báb and Bahá'u'lláh also brought out the dark side of humans who react negatively to the light. The Antichrist to the Báb's revelation was the Grand Vizier to Muhammad Shah, Haji Mirza Akasi, and to the Baha'i revelation, it was Sayyid Muhammad-i Isfahani. He caused great dissension in the Babi and Baha'i communities of believers through deviousness, dishonesty, duplicitous actions. Okay, so we have a bunch of rulers, religious leaders, and their subordinates who worked against the new herald and the new Messiah. But did they conspire against them as the prophecy foretells? The answer? Yes, they did. For instance, the then crowned prince of Persia, Nasir-Din Shah, later Shah, and leaders of Shia Islam conspired by holding a rigged trial of the Báb. This trial set him up, by giving some semblance of justice, to be put to death by the government, which was carried out on July 9, 1850. After Baha'u'llah was released from the Black Pit prison in Tehran, he was banished to Baghdad in what is now present-day Iraq. This required the Persian government to get permission from the Ottoman Empire since Baghdad was in their territory. And when the followers of the martyred Báb continued to look to Baha'u'llah for guidance often visiting and corresponding with him in Baghdad. The now Shah, Nasir din Shah, he succeeded his father in 1848. The Shah asked the Ottoman government to exile Baha'u'llah further away from Persia in attempts to extinguish the new Baha'i Faith community, which the Ottomans did. This is a map of the Middle East as it was at the time of the Báb and Bahá'u'lláh. On the right you can see the western part of Persia, the greenish background, and the Ottoman Empire more in the central part of it. It's in the dark tan. It shows the exiles of Baha'u'llah. If you follow the red and yellow line that starts in Tehran, Persia on the far right, Baha'u'llah was first exiled to Baghdad, where he lived for about 10 years. Then, at the request of the Persian government and clergy, the Ottoman Empire removed him further northwest to Constantinople, now Istanbul. But that did not stop Baha'u'llah from guiding his followers, now called Baha'is, even from Istanbul, so Persia still pressed the Ottomans to do something about him. So the Ottomans sent Baha'u'llah to Adrianople, further west. It's now called Idern, by the way. This still was not satisfactory to the enemies of Baha'u'llah and his faith, so they sent him to Akka, Palestine, which is a prison city in the Ottoman Empire. So, was there conspiracy afoot against the Báb and Baha'u'llah? For sure. Thus, this prophecy was fulfilled by events surrounding the Báb, Baha'u'llah, and their community of followers. What is the probability for prophecy number 21? That the kings and rulers of the earth conspire against the two Redeemers, the Lord and his anointed King. Probability of 1 in 30. Prophecy number 22. From the glory of God, the Lord of hosts, there will also emerge a third figure, other than Elijah and the glory of God themselves, named the servant, the branch, or the branch of the Lord. And the Bible verses as a source of this prophecy include Zechariah chapter 6 verse 12, quote, "Then speak to him, saying, Thus says the Lord of hosts, saying, Behold, the man whose name is the branch, from his place he shall branch out, and he shall build the temple of the Lord." End quote. And from Isaiah chapter 11 verses 1 through 5, quote, "There shall come forth a rod from the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of its roots. The Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and of the fear of the Lord." End quote. The rod from the stem of Jesse means a tool of measurement, in this use a divinely sent judge of humanity, a manifestation of God, the Messiah sent to measure or judge humanity. Now, from the stem of Jesse, it means the line of Jesse's descent was through Judah and back to Abraham. Baha'u'llah is a descendant of Abraham from his third wife Keturah, and from Isaac through Jesse. This illustration is the genealogical chart showing the descent of Baha'u'llah from both Keturah, up in the upper right there, wife of Abraham, and Sarah, wife of Abraham. Baha'u'llah's descent from Judah is then through Jesse, then David, then Solomon, then Shealtiel, then Rahab bint Pinchas, meaning descendant of Pinchas. Note that when the verse states from the stem of Jesse, it means descent from Judah. Thus, all the way back to Abraham as well. This all means that Baha'u'llah is the foretold Lion of the house of Judah from the book of Revelation chapter 5 verse 5, quote, And one of the elders saith unto me, Weep not, behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, hath prevailed to open the book, and to loose the 7 seals thereof. End quote. The phrase, and a branch shall grow out of his roots, means a descendant from that rod, meaning a descendant of Baha'u'llah. This was Abdu'l-Baha, the eldest surviving son of Baha'u'llah. Abdu'l-Baha means the servant of Baha, the servant of the glory. This is a photograph of the branch, Abdu'l-Baha. Again, Abdu'l-Baha means servant of the glory in English. He was born in 1844, the exact day and year that the Báb proclaimed that he was the promised one to his first disciple. Abdu'l-Baha passed away in 1921. His given name was Abbas Effendi, as he was known to those who were not Baha'is. Please note that Baha'i law prohibits showing photographs or artistic images of either the Báb or Baha'u'llah to prevent their being used as idols in worship. Abdu'l-Baha is not a prophet of God, thus I can show you his photo. Note that Abdu'l-Baha was 100% human. He was not a manifestation of God like his father. He did, however, have special divine purposes and abilities given to him by Baha'u'llah. He was endowed by Baha'u'llah with superhuman knowledge and abilities. I would encourage you to read some of his great writings, and you'll be able to see exactly what I mean by saying that. Baha'u'llah appointed him as his successor and head of the Baha'i Faith, and referred to him as the center of the covenant, as a reflection of that. Another distinct title that Abdu'l-Baha has is the exemplar of the faith. We Baha'is are to look at how he conducted his life as a means of learning how we ordinary human beings should conduct our lives. You can learn much more about this wonderful person through a video titled Exemplar on YouTube at the link shown here. You'll have to pause the video and write it down. An alternative path is to go to the YouTube through youtube.com, and into the search box on the website, enter the channel name you see there, Baha'i Perspective. And then on their page, scroll down to find the video titled Exemplar. Now there are different language versions, so make sure you choose the one that's in your language of choice. It's 55 minutes in length, but it's so well done the time passes very quickly. This is a tablet that Baha'u'llah wrote about Abdu'l-Baha when Abdu'l-Baha was away in Beirut on a journey. Baha'u'llah addresses Abdu'l-Baha as the most mighty branch of God. As you will hear in this tablet, Baha'u'llah, the Messiah, the Lord of hosts, is overflowing with praise of his son. He also called Abdu'l-Baha the immutable mystery, and in another written tribute to him, Baha'u'llah referred to him as the mystery of God. Quote, Praise be to him who hath honored the land of Ba, meaning Beirut, through the presence of him round whom all names revolve. All the atoms of the earth have announced unto all created things that from behind the gate of the prison city there hath appeared, and above its horizon there hath shone forth the orb of the beauty of the great, the most mighty branch of God, his ancient and immutable mystery, proceeding on its way to another land. Sorrow thereby hath enveloped this prison city, whilst another land rejoiceth. Exalted, immeasurably exalted is our Lord, the fashioner of the heavens and the creator of all things. He through whose sovereignty the doors of the prison were opened, thereby causing what was promised aforetime in the tablets to be fulfilled. He is verily potent over what he willeth, and in his grasp is the dominion of the entire creation. He is the all-powerful, the all-knowing, the all-wise." End quote. Next, a brief review of some of Abdu'l-Bahá's accomplishments. He coordinated the bringing of the remains of the Báb from their hidden place in Persia to the Holy Land. He constructed the building that would become the Báb's final resting place on Mount Carmel, and personally carried out his interment in 1909. He wrote many prayers and books. He was the cement that held the early Baha'i community together after the passing of Baha'u'llah. And he was the Baha'i community's ambassador to local officials and even to British troops, including General Allenby, during World War I. Abdu'l-Bahá traveled throughout Western Europe and even to the USA and Canada, spreading the loving message of Baha'u'llah in the years 1911 and 12. He ensured the proper succession of the leadership of the faith according to Baha'u'llah's instructions, and many other accomplishments that will be expounded upon later. Again, that YouTube video titled Exemplar, I highly recommend it. It gives a very heartwarming account of Abdu'l-Bahá's life. So for Prophecy 22, what is the probability by chance alone that in the religion founded by the man who calls himself the glory of God, there will emerge a third figure named the servant, the branch, or the branch of the Lord? Probability of 1 in 50. Prophecy number 23. The branch of the Lord will bless the land by planting vines and trees. The source Bible verses are Zechariah chapter 3 verses 8 through 10, quote, "For behold, I am bringing forth my servant the branch. For behold, the stone that I have laid before Joshua. Upon the stone are 7 eyes. Behold, I will engrave its inscription, says the Lord of hosts, and I will remove the iniquity of that land in 1 day. In that day, says the Lord of hosts, everyone will invite his neighbor under his vine and under his fig tree." End quote. And from Isaiah chapter 4 verse 2, quote, "In that day the branch of the Lord shall be beautiful and glorious, and the fruit of the earth shall be excellent and appealing for those of Israel who have escaped." End quote. Here are some of the fruit of the earth that were a result of the work of the branch, Abdu'l-Bahá. These are some additional photos to remind you of the previously reviewed Vineyard of God, Carmel, and other areas that are holy places of the Baha'i community on Mount Carmel or in and around Akka. And more of the meticulously maintained gardens in these holy spots. And more glorious beauty on Mount Carmel. Still more. The beautiful gardens at the Shrine of the Báb on Mount Carmel and at the Shrine of Baha'u'llah outside of Akka were conceived and started through the direction of the branch, Abdu'l-Bahá. The branch had some early believers bring plants from Persia and elsewhere to plant on Mount Carmel. The branch, Abdu'l-Bahá, was deeply involved in planning and carrying out horticulture projects, including a project before World War I wherein Abdu'l-Bahá had the old Roman grain pits that had not been used for a long time refurbished to once again hold the grain that was produced from the community's farming efforts. This practice helped feed the local inhabitants in World War I and was used to feed British troops who had saved Abdu'l-Bahá's life, thus assuring the Baha'i community's survival too. The branch received a knighthood from Great Britain for his foresight and actions in saving the people from starving and for feeding the British troops. So for prophecy number 23, the probability by chance alone that this branch of the Lord will bless the land by planting vines and trees. Probability of 1 in 5. Prophecy number 24, the branch will build the temple of the Lord. This is from Zechariah chapter 6 verses 12 and 13. Quote, "Then speak to him, saying, Thus says the Lord of hosts, saying, Behold the man whose name is the branch. From his place he shall branch out, and he shall build the temple of the Lord." End quote. You may recall seeing this photo of the original sanctuary of the Báb. This photo is from around 1910 to 1919. The Báb's holy remains were brought to Haifa from Persia and buried in this temple. The superstructure of the shrine of the Báb was built above it. It was Abdu'l-Bahá, the branch, the servant of the glory, who accomplished this, the foundation of the shrine of the Báb. With the death of the branch in 1921, the already planned superstructure over the shrine of the Báb continued. This photo is of the shrine of the Báb around 1952, when the superstructure over the Báb sanctuary was under construction. Here are some more recent pictures of the completed shrine of the Báb on Mount Carmel. The terraces, 9 above the shrine and 9 below, were completed in the year 2001. This photo was taken soon after the completion of the construction of the terraces. The vegetation above and below the shrine is now far more grown and lush 20 years later. Here are some nighttime scenes of the shrine of the Báb. The brightly lit street there below the shrine is Ben Gurion Avenue in Haifa. Abdu'l-Bahá also had the shrine of Baha'u'llah completed just outside of Akka to honor the Messiah of this age. The Messiah is forever interred in this holy spot. He will be in the Holy Land for eternity, as promised in the prophecies in the Bible. This is the holiest spot on earth to Baha'is and is the point towards which we face when we pray, called the Qibla, which means the point of adoration. Here are shown the beautiful gardens around the shrine of Baha'u'llah, as envisioned by the branch. And this is the entrance into Baha'u'llah's final resting place. This is a panoramic view of the mansion at Baji, where Baha'u'llah spent the last years of his life. His shrine is near the center of the photo. It was not this beautiful at the time Baha'u'llah occupied it. The house was built by a local businessman who fled the area during a deadly epidemic that quickly spread. It was thought at the time that it was either typhoid or bubonic plague. The house was rented during Baha'u'llah's last years. Eventually the Baha'i community bought it and some land around it. The buildings and gardens have been restored and greatly improved upon by the Baha'i community. Subsequent additional land purchases allowed expansion of the gardens and construction of a visitors center. More of the formal gardens that make a lovely, serene spot on God's earth. This is the Baha'i House of Worship or Temple, located just north of Chicago along the shore of Lake Michigan. Abdu'l-Bahá laid the cornerstone for this temple on May 1st, 1912, during his visit to the USA and Canada. This temple is what we term a continental temple, in this case for the North American continent. Along with that temple outside of Chicago, there are a total of 8 continental Baha'i houses of worship, one on each of the continents except for Antarctica. Here you see in the top there is the one in New Delhi, India. In the lower left is the one in Panama City, Panama, and lower right is in Samoa. These are in, starting upper left, Kampala, Uganda. Below that, on the lower left, is the temple near Sydney, Australia. To its right is the temple in Langenhain, Germany. And upper right is the Baha'i House of Worship in Santiago, Chile. These temples vary in design, some more so than others. The basic requirements of the design of Baha'i houses of worship is that they must have 9 sides, symbolic that these temples are welcoming to people of all faiths and nationalities. They have to have a dome and be built upon a circular plot, and no images are permitted inside or outside. So for prophecy number 24, the probability by chance alone that the branch will build the temple of the Lord, probability of 1 in 100. Prophecy number 25, people from faraway places will come to help build the temple of the Lord. This prophecy is from Zechariah chapter 6 verse 15, quote, "Even those from afar shall come and build the temple of the Lord. Then you shall know that the Lord of hosts has sent me to you." End quote. The builders of the initial temples, that's the sanctuaries of the 2 manifestations of God for this age, the Báb and Bahá'u'lláh, were people from Persia, also local artisans local to the Holy Land, and later when the superstructure of the Báb's shrine was built, the architect was from Canada and workers from several nations. The source of the granite was Italy, and some of the Italian stone supply company artisans directed and assisted in their placement. In the years 2010 and 11, the shrine was refurbished, including the addition of specially designed earthquake-resistant features, designed and constructed by an international group of people. During that project, new gold-plated ceramic tiles from Portugal replaced the old gold-embossed clay tiles that had been deteriorated. Prophecy number 25, the probability by chance alone that people from faraway places will come to help build the temple of the Lord, probability of 1 in 40. Prophecy number 26, a figure named the Zeal of the Lord arises to build a pattern for a global community. This prophecy is from Isaiah chapter 9 verses 6 and 7, quote, "For to us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government will be on his shoulders, and he will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Of the greatness of his government and peace there will be no end. He will reign on David's throne and over his kingdom, establishing and upholding it with justice and righteousness from that time on and forever. The zeal of the Lord Almighty will accomplish this." End quote. And from Isaiah chapter 37 verses 31 and 32, quote, "Once more a remnant of the kingdom of Judah will take root below and bear fruit above. For out of Jerusalem will come a remnant, and out of Mount Zion a band of survivors. The zeal of the Lord Almighty will accomplish this." End quote. On the left is the branch, Abdu'l-Baha, and his grandson, the zeal of the Lord Almighty, Shoghi Effendi, in this photo taken in 1919. This is the zeal of the Lord Almighty. His earthly name was Shoghi Effendi. He was the son of one of Abdu'l-Bahá's daughters. He was born in 1897 and passed away in 1957. He led the Baha'i world community from 1921, when he was appointed by Abdu'l-Bahá as his successor in Abdu'l-Bahá's last will and testament. Shoghi Effendi was also what we call the guardian of the faith. Baha'u'llah brought the divine conception of the future of the mountain of God and the strong city, Akka. He stood on Mount Carmel and told Abdu'l-Bahá where to construct the shrine of the Báb. The location of his own shrine was also set by him. Now Abdu'l-Bahá, the branch and the servant, put Baha'u'llah's plans into action. The branch built the tomb of the Báb and physically interred the mortal dust of the Báb himself. The conceptual designs of the shrines, gardens, and buildings of the administrative order of the new faith were initiated by the branch. Then, after the passing of the branch in 1921, the zeal of the Lord, Shoghi Effendi, was unleashed to put into bricks and mortar the concepts and plans from his grandfather, the branch, and his great-grandfather, the Messiah of the world. The fruit that was born was the laying of the foundations, literally and figuratively, of the new faith of God. Shoghi Effendi, in his zeal, established the administrative order of the Baha'i Faith, including the elected bodies, that's elected on the local, regional, national, and international levels, and some appointed positions. He translated a large number of the writings of Baha'u'llah. He translated them into English, and then from English, much of the further translations into other languages were done from the English versions that Shoghi Effendi had translated. He wrote thousands of letters to elected bodies and other entities and individual Baha'is to direct Baha'i communities all over the earth. Shoghi Effendi designed and oversaw the planting of the gardens of the future buildings of the administrative order that would be constructed on the Ark. Note that the Ark is apparent in the design of the gardens in front of the administrative buildings. With the exception of the archives building shown in the photo on the right, you'll see it has a green roof. The buildings around this ark, outlined by the sidewalks connecting the buildings, did not exist during the time of Shoghi Effendi, but he designed and built the garden that the buildings would surround in the future. The gardens were first, then the buildings were constructed into that garden. Shoghi Effendi's zeal extended to writing several books too. He also bought many plots of land and existing buildings in Haifa and Akka to plan ahead for preservation of Baha'i holy sites and the beautification of them. Shoghi Effendi also was an ardent defender of the faith against covenant breakers who continually sought to disrupt the affairs of the faith. At the passing of the guardian, Shoghi Effendi, in 1957, the plan of Baha'u'llah was set in high gear to establish the elected body called the Universal House of Justice to take up the duties of leading the worldwide community of Baha'is. In 1963, the first Universal House of Justice was elected and took office. The seat of the Universal House of Justice is on the Ark that we mentioned before, on the side of Mount Carmel. This building is the seat of the Universal House of Justice that is on the Ark on the side of Mount Carmel. The elected 9 members of the Universal House of Justice as a body is the supreme governing body of the worldwide Baha'i community. Here's the photo of the seat of the Universal House of Justice again, and some other buildings on the Ark lit up at night. These buildings signify the organization of the global community of the followers of the Messiah of the Second Advent of the latter days. To be clear, the Universal House of Justice governs the body of believers of the worldwide Baha'i community, not any secular governmental body or entities. It would not direct any local or national government in any manner. This is not the intent of what is meant by supreme governing body. Anyone trying to apply some inaccurate interpretations of Bible prophecy about some supposed one-world government being the tool of the Antichrist does not come close to being what is meant by the God-directed, Messiah-directed duties of this universal house of justice. Prophecy number 26. The probability by chance alone that still a fourth figure named the Zeal of the Lord arises to build a pattern for a global community. Probability of 1 in 500. Well, we are done with the review of those 26 prophecies at last. At this point, I want to remind you that the math of probabilities has shown that for all 26 of these prophecies we reviewed, plus the additional 18 time prophecies that the Báb and Bahá'u'lláh fulfilled, that the probability that it all came about by mere chance alone is 1 chance in 4 times 10 to the 66th power. Let's remember the mathematical proof here. That incredibly large number demonstrates that if all these 44 prophecies are fulfilled at the same time or in short succession, it was not by chance. That there was some kind of prime mover causing them to be fulfilled by a small group of people. 4 people, specifically the Báb, Bahá'u'lláh, Abdul-Baha, and Shoghi Effendi for these 26 prophecies. That prime mover of this whole process I will call God. So our little exercise here has mathematically proven that the Báb and Bahá'u'lláh are who they claim to be, the Elijah figure and Messiah of this age, of the latter days. There is a God, that prime mover, who set up the entire scheme of prophecies that the Báb and Bahá'u'lláh fulfilled. Should you wish to research more about the Báb and Bahá'u'lláh and the Baha'i Faith, some information follows. The last few slides of this video will provide some information about resources to further investigate the founding figures of the faith, the history, its laws, and teachings. I recommend that you watch this professionally produced 30-minute video on the life of Baha'u'llah and the start of the Baha'i Faith as an introduction. Its title is The Prisoner of Akka. To access this video, go to YouTube and to the channel named Baha'i Vision, as you see at the bottom of the slide, and look for the video by that name, The Prisoner of Akka. You may also just be able to enter the title into the YouTube search box, The Prisoner of Akka, and then look for this exact title. A great way to get authoritative insight into the mission of the Báb and the history of the beginnings of the new faith called the Baha'i Faith, this professionally produced documentary brings to life the opening drama of the continuance of the greatest story ever told. Its title is The Gate, Dawn of the Baha'i Faith. It's a recent video also. The video is available for free on YouTube. It's about 1 hour in length. The easiest way to get to it is on the YouTube website. Enter into the search box on YouTube the channel called The Gate Film, which you see at the bottom there. The Gate Film with no spaces in between those 3 words. Note that there are numerous versions in a variety of languages. Make sure you select a version in the language of your choice. And this video about the life of Abdu'l-Baha, known as the Center of the Covenant and the Exemplar in the Baha'i Faith. Remember, he's the branch foretold in the Bible prophecy. Go to YouTube through youtube.com, and into the search box on that website, enter the channel name Baha'i Perspective, BAHA' Perspective, as shown in the bottom right. Then on their page, scroll down to find the video titled Exemplar. It's 55 minutes in length, but it's so well done that the time passes very quickly. Now this video is a must-watch. It's titled Christ Has Returned. It's one of my videos on my channel that you see at the bottom there, Integral Destiny 9. It explains in detail Bible time prophecies that tell when the Messiah of the latter days, the returned Christ, would appear, and how the Báb, Baha'u'llah, and the Baha'i Faith fulfill those time prophecies. Here are some official Baha'i websites. Top one there is www.bahai.org. That's the international official website for those seeking information about the Baha'i Faith, and it has a link to the online library of sacred and authoritative texts that are accessible for free. Next is www.bahai.us. That's the USA official website for seekers who want information about the Baha'i community in the United States. Then we have Baha'i.org/library, and that is access, again, free to the sacred and authoritative texts and other publications by worldwide Baha'i community. Then at the bottom, the USA bookstore. That's BahaiBookstore.com. It's the official online bookstore for the USA. You can purchase books, videos, music, and some other items through this site as well. You don't have to be a Baha'i to purchase things. The National Organization of the Baha'is of the United States has a presence on both Facebook and its own YouTube channel. Both of their pages in these websites goes by the name Baha'is of the United States. More websites. Top one, BahaiTeachings.org. This is a blog site where you can find numerous articles written about subjects touching on the Baha'i Faith and the teachings. It's not an official site, but rather is produced by some individual Baha'is. There's a variety of topics in here, so if you have any specific topic, you can go on there and try to find articles to enlighten you what the view from the Baha'i Faith might be. Next is the access address to the YouTube channel of the Wilmette Institute, which is an online Baha'i educational site that has webinars and actual online courses. Some are free and some at a cost, on a wide spectrum of Baha'i topics. The easiest way to get there is to go to youtube.com, then in the search box put their channel name, which is, as you see there, Wilmette Institute. We have a Baha'i World News Service which can be reached through the website you see there, https://news.baha'i.org. And then to read some examples of some Baha'i prayers, go to www.bahaiprayers.org. If you'd like to find a book that gives a good, interesting overview of the Baha'i Faith, its main figures, history, beliefs, and its followers, without being preachy or trying to convert you, this is the book for you. Its title is Baha'u'llah and the New Era by the author J.E. Esselmont. It's available through Amazon.com and probably other online book vendors too. It may even be in your local library or your local independent bookstore. Here's a list of many of my other videos, all on YouTube, mostly on prophecy fulfillment by the main 4 founding figures of the Baha'i Faith. You can read the titles. There's a variety of topics. Pause the video to review them to see if any might interest you. Instructions on how to access them, all for free, on YouTube is on the next slide. Here's how to find my videos on YouTube. You have to get to YouTube first in the first method, and that is www.youtube.com. You get to the site, and in the search box on that site you enter my channel name of Integral Destiny 9. You see they're all one word, no spaces between, with the number 9 at the end. Or you can simply put the URL into the search box of your, like Google, whatever, www.youtube.com/c/ then my YouTube channel, Integral Destiny 9, as you see there. And that should get you directly there, so I understand. And you'll see a list of videos, and you just have to roam around on my channel and find those videos. Next are some lists of books that are available on the Baha'i Faith. In the column on the right here are several of the books by Baha'u'llah, and note that many of these are available for free online at the website I gave you before for the Baha'i Library. Some of the titles of his books are, as you see there, The Hidden Words, Tablets of Baha'u'llah, Gleanings from the Writings of Baha'u'llah, the Book of Certitude, also known as the Kitab-i-Gan, Prayers and Meditations, Epistle to the Son of Wolf, Summons of the Lord of Hosts, Gems of Guidance. If you can pause the video to write down what you want to write down. You may be able to find some in your public library, and some can be obtained through online bookstores. And here are some books by Abdu'l-Baha. The first one, Some Answered Questions, may be most helpful to someone interested in the authoritative interpretation of Bible prophecies, and some other Christian topics. Another book of his is The Secret of Divine Civilization, Paris Talks, Selections from the Writings of Abdu'l-Baha, and The Promulgation of Universal Peace, among others. The book by Dr. Hushadar Matla that led me to this amazing probability information in this video is the middle one shown with the arrows pointing to it, Lord of Lords. It is volume 2 of a 3-book set consisting of the titles I Shall Come Again, that's volume 1, Lord of Lords, volume 2, and King of Kings, volume 3. I call it a set, but they can be bought individually. His extensive research, assisted by several other experts in mathematics and science, resulted in his applying the laws and mathematics of probability to the whole question of scientific proofs of the Báb, Baha'u'llah, and other figures in the Baha'i Faith, and in the whole, the Baha'i Faith itself, as reflected in this video. And here's the international book number information for those 3 books by Dr. Matla, should you be interested in ordering them. You'd have to pause the video and write them down. A really great book on the prophecies of Jesus in chapter 24 of the book of Matthew is this one by Michael Sowers, titled The Prophecies of Jesus. His scholarly, yet very easily read and understood book was a great source of information and helped enormously in my understanding of the Bible. I highly recommend it. It's available through Amazon.com. The web address is at the bottom, but there are other internet bookstores or maybe even your local bookstore. I do want to push independent bookstores for their business. And a couple other of my favorite books on Bible prophecy fulfillment by the Baha'i Faith. These two books by William Sears, Thief in the Night and The Half-Inch Prophecy. The half-inch prophecy is about, the half-inch refers to how much space it takes up in the Bible. It's from the book of Micah, chapter 7, verse 12, I think, if I'm recalling correctly. That if you look it up, it'll take up about half-inch. And he explains that prophecy, how it was fulfilled by the Baha'i Faith. This is the website for the Khan Academy, Khan Academy. It's a free online university, or it was free at one time. I'm not sure, there may still be some that's free, but I think some others, they might have some fees attached to it. I'm not totally sure how it is these days. But I did get a lot of the information about the probability mathematics from their videos, which were free at the time. And they do have hundreds of other topics. And again, just to reiterate, the book by Peter Stoner and Robert Newman that introduced the use of mathematics of probability to the life and events of Jesus Christ as far as fulfillment of Bible prophecy. The book is Science Speaks, and again, it is free online at sciencespeaks.net. I remain ever hopeful that someone will, or many of the viewers of this video, will actually reach the end of it to see these credits. But hopefully you're still awake. Please note that this presentation is not an official presentation by the world community of Baha'is. It was conceived, written, and narrated by this singular Baha'i in an obviously amateur production. Thank you for watching. Good luck on your spiritual quest in life. All copyright rights reserved in 2022 by me, Chris B. And if you feel the need to communicate with me, my email address is at the bottom. Goodbye.